easy. I am God of the Underpants. Do not worry. I have banned underpants and we are going commando, except all women's underpants are now considered strap-ons. I am an old man. Sorry, I'm an old man. I was choking on my own dick. Sorry. So all women's underwear will be strap-ons. And don't worry, I have a chastity belt for my butthole. Wait, no, you have to worry. I do not. So today we have the chaos, the derps, the chaos. Okay, no, never mind. Hold on. Time out. Scuff. Storm. Today's stream will be. Don't worry, I won't be doing this voice for the whole stream, just the intro. Today's stream will be the oh my gods, the chaos, the derps, the randomness, the Merps. Give a round of applause. No, that was not me masturbating. That was me like putting both of my palm bottoms together and clapping the tops of my hands. All right, now we have. This stream will be a random blend. Random blend meaning it may not contain all of, but it will contain these games. We have Conan Exiles, which definitely will be there. Call of Duty, which almost definitely will be there. The First Descendant, and which will probably happen in Warframe, which might happen. This is in order of likeliness. And we may or may not have spontaneous random comments throughout the stream. Holy shit, there's underpants coming after me! The hot dogs ate everybody! Hop. We will go for as long as possible, but I am looking to make a 12 or 13 hour stream at the minimum. So we will run until 12 p.m. We are trying to run till 12 p.m. EST, but I make no promises. And if you're like, oh, but you said you probably would, or you said you would, and even if I said I would, you know what? If I don't, fuck you, bitch. Get over it. I'm the streamer. Get good, go home. Don't like a topic, close your ears. Don't like a topic, clear the stream. Don't like a topic, leave. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that shit. Oh wait, you can't subscribe? Get good, bitch. Because I don't do that bullshit. I have actually gotten... Funny thing is, I've gotten... Not being... Even though I'm not... Even though I'm not a affiliate, because I turned it down, I still have gotten 2 sponsorships offers. Is that cool or what? Which I then politely turned down. I am collecting one of my daily watch streaks, so I may not be able to see chat for the first bit of chat. I wish I could ask Warg to pull up my stream, but you know what? And I bet I will shout out the Frizz, because the Frizz is awesome. But the Frizz also raids me, and he hangs out with my girlfriend, and he's cool, and they play Ark. You should check him out. They also play Red Dead Redemption with toxic butterflies. They don't actually play Red Dead Redemption. It's Red Dead Redemption, and no, they don't actually have toxic butterflies in the game. No, there is not a group called Toxic Butterflies, but there is a group called the Blueberries. To my knowledge, I mean, they could be just feeding me a load of bullshit. I don't care enough to remember if they were playing with the Blueberries, if they were playing against the Blueberries. But today we have done most of the forts, so we will be moving on to raiding camps and bosses, grabbing resources, and getting rid of the shit in our inventory, because we will be applying it to whatever we can. And we will be gathering random shit. We might be touching up on the fort. We don't know yet. But the goal is to like do random combat with things that have valuables. That is plan 1. So bosses and combat situations. Plan 2, iron and steel. We will try to be collecting this. Plan 3, we will be touching up on the fort some. And we will be leveling up our follower, which again supplies the whole let's do the cha-cha and be naked through the I mean no wait. We will be fixing food, and if we overabundance food, we will stick it at Warg's snack fridge, and if Warg doesn't like it, you can always put that stuff in if he doesn't want anything, you can always put that stuff in something else, like I really don't want this as food. I'll take it. It's only in 20 minutes. I kinda could use the strength instead. But yeah. Instead of mining and grabbing stuff for iron, we will be doing something more exciting this time. To off-place the stuff. We may or may not be going to cities. So I promise absolutely nothing. But that is our goal and agenda. Oh no, look, there's a bark scorpion and a rod scorpion we must go kill. Hold on, I'm mining vines. I'm also going to be trying to gather things like vines and stuff, so I will do some collecting. It will be a mixed thing. Warg may or may not join us. We were taking focus off the fort, and we are trying to shorten the massive amount of stuff in our inventory. Both space-wise and weight-wise. We want to get this shit down to down into the 500s and possibly like, because it was high 500s before. We want to get this to mid 500s. That would be percent of my carry capacity. I plan to make based armor. Or one of my followers, possibly. As you can see, we've already gotten into combat. Mortal combat. Warg, if that event comes and you are here, I insist that you stop whatever you're doing and either watch stream or join. Though I doubt the event will come. Warg, you there? Merp. Merp. Can you at least hear me? Can you tell me if you hear me? I'm gonna be a little upset if you're pretending not to hear me. Cool. The one with the aliens and the sky Cthulhu's and xenomorph shit? Warg! Shit, we've lost him. I pooed myself, yay! Hello? Oh, he's gone. You open up the list of these things. They're about to try out the ballista. I gotta find something to shoot at. It doesn't help that I killed it. There we go. Do these not count? I guess these can't hold this. That's kind of sad. $420 Friday, yay! Oh shit. I don't think I need wood or stone. Really a whole lot. So we'll touch up on the fort. There we go. I need to stop dropping cheese dip. That's iron. Ah. Iron. Stone. this. Get this return away. Diesel, that was gross. Alright, let's add 21 of these. 75. Wish I had still fire. I could put one in here. How much? Chesting. I wish I had more. I put it there for a stink. Yeah, let's go. Man. 1 metric butt plug coming right up. Not pick up 2 fish. I don't know why it does this. Oh, it's so uneven. Ah, Jesus, Diesel, that's gross. Ah, bah, 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 bah. Oh, Org never took these out. You died in an unconscious state like a little bit. Okay, good. Did not put this in a snack fridge. No, Mom, don't do it. Ah, you farted on my head. Wait, what? Oh, I fucked up. Freaking no, don't sneeze on me. Ah, it's all over my face. See. Oh. God. You're not following the frizz, you should. Cool. Follow him, or I'll steal your shoes and water them and give them back, but they'll be all wet. Still need steel. Hey, what's up? I'm good. Built this big fort. Goofing off and shooting stuff. This is my big house. Do I have any more stone? I do. My main games are Call of Duty, First Descendant, Conan, and Warframe. Not really sure I have a most. Those are all played on and off. Ah. Yep. This is my fort. People who see my house, my workshop, think it's my house because it's so big. This fort right here easily cost me over 45,000 wood, and like, God knows how much stone. Not quite as much, but I imagine it was like a couple thousand stone, like 5 or 6 or 7,000 stone. There should be an I don't. Well, I didn't always save my videos, so like quite a few years, I've turned down affiliate. I don't want to do it. I'm looking to do this as a job. I just do it for fun, and I've turned down 2 sponsorships? No, I'm good. Actually, I have extremely close family and friends who can do art. Or don't actually do it for a living. They just do it for a hobby, and they actually did my profile pic and all that. So like the person who did my profile pic, that was their first attempt at digital art ever. Like they'd never done it. It's really good. Sorry, I'm half eating, half playing. My day got started late. Rain becomes troublesome. There we go. But I like mass variety stream. Like I've been known to play a multitude of games like Brotato and all kinds of stuff. Here we go. Get those out of my hair. Azoha, what's good? Azoha, I more or less finished my fort. It took like easily like 47,000 wood and like 5 to 6,000 stone. My day got late. My day is late. Was late. There we go. Grind those up. I could put twine in here. A few more chips while I wait for this to finish up. See, this is why we just don't sleep. You don't have to deal with the trauma as much. Hey Zoha, wanna know how I permanently got out of, back when I was doing temp stuff, permanently got out of like the big business meetings? Like they did not, they literally were like, you're not allowed to come into the business meetings anymore for like the memos. We will stand out there and we will have somebody summarize this the vastness of what we went over. In short, but you are no longer allowed to come in. Do you know how I did it? During the entire meeting, I don't know why, but I just ripped like royal ass. It was so loud that they had to stop talking and everyone would look at me every time. Every single time. They would stop and turn and give me this look like, bro, why? And then they'd like continue the fucking meeting. And then by the end of it, the meeting ended with, and this fucker right here is not allowed in the meetings anymore. Like, it was, they were loud farts, LAD farts, loud and deadly. No, that's silent but deadly bullshit. No, I took that shit to a next level and invented something worse with my asshole. Loud and deadly farts. The reason they kicked me out after the first time was they knew I'd do it again. Because in the workplace, I had a tendency to be a repeat customer. I purchased a Ryko mug, too, and my workers loved it. And you know why my workers loved the don't fuck with me until I have my coffee mug? You know why they liked it? Is it hot? Because in the workplace there was this joke, don't fuck with Wolf until he's had his coffee. But the joke was I didn't really drink coffee. And even, it's because one day, some asshole, he's like, I'm taking chemicals off the shelf, which become potentially dangerous when they go bad. And so these are expired chemicals. So I went to the whole wall of factory chemicals and sorted through them and looked at every single one's expiration date. This isn't like 20 or 30 chemicals. This is like a wall of like a couple hundred. So if I had to guess, it was probably between 300 and 800 chemicals I had to go through. Giant like bleach bottle sized and shaped containers. I was temping for. So some asshole decides, hey, you know what? I'm gonna on this guy because he and tell him off because he doesn't know how to do work properly. And so he's like, oh, you know what? This is the problem with you people from Florida, is what he led with. So you can imagine the shit he got into at the end of it. That was his lead-in. Just to clarify. It's a problem with you people from Florida. You can't do shit right. Look at all these. Because I had set them all on the floor because to separate from the containers. Because I had to like go back to looking for the chemicals. He starts, and while I'm protesting, he starts putting like capping off the ones that are half used. With the chemicals I had on the floor, which were bad. Which was potentially dangerous. So, finally, when he gets called out on it, because he f***ed up real bad, because it's like, you know, like, hundreds of dollars in damages for chemical-wise. Because he made, like, good chemical bottles bad. He turns around and he blames me. He goes, well, he didn't physically stop me. Well, my temp agency will fire me if I physically put my hands on anybody without an invite. Doesn't matter if it's friendly or not. If I go to shit, if I grab your wrist, grab your wrist and shake your hand first, that's immediate suspension. Like, not even like a forceful pull, but you know, sometimes people grab the wrist and the hand at the two-sided handshake. If I initiate that handshake, I could get suspended. So yeah, that's a no-no for me. But he's like, well, he didn't physically stop me. No, I fucking yelled at him. I lost my shit. I lost my shit. Look, I can handle a lot of stuff. I put up with a lot of stuff. I can handle you doing your job poorly and like royally fucking up your job. I can handle you who's on my team royally fucking up your job. I can handle us doing a joint job, me doing half and you doing half, and you fucking up the job. And I can handle picking up after the parts you didn't do properly, and picking up the pieces on the part that you quote-unquote did, and doing the rest of it for you. But what I can't handle is when you come over to my side and start doing my job fucking wrong, because now I'm doing your job too. Don't fuck up my job at my progress, and certainly don't blame me for it. Especially when I can't do anything about it other than verbally express how angry I am. Like, what the f did he want from me? It's my fault you fucked up your job, sure. Sure. That's how that works. I don't do that shit. Don't fuck up my job. I lost my shit, and ever since then they joked about don't fuck with Wolf until he's had his coffee. But the part that was unspoken was Wolf doesn't drink coffee. So just don't fuck with Wolf. And like, cause I like, just like the mug, I double flipped him off and cussed him out and told him how much of a scumbag he was and that he was pompous and dumber than two stones. He didn't take kindly to that. He got up in my face and he made the mistake of brushing up against me. Well, now that you technically put hands on me, I brushed up against him hard, he shoved me, and I decked his f***ing face then. Because he put hands on, he assaulted me first. And my workplace, as long as it's legally applicable, my work doesn't care what you do in the temp agency if as long as it's legal, once they put hands on you. Like, unfriendly hands on you, you can punch the crap out of the person. As long as you remain in legal bounds. Even if you're taken to court, as long as you come out legally innocent, my work didn't care. Not because they were like, we had a no, kind of a almost no violence, but no violence with a massive self-defense policy. You could not start it. Basically, in the end, as long as you didn't get into illegal trouble, you could not start a fight. You could not physically initiate. You could not initiate physical contact. It had to be invited. But once physical contact was, you could do a holds bar. So once they put hands on you, they didn't care what you did back. I beat this guy's face, and once I hit him, he started swinging, and well, one punch led to another. And they were like, "Nope, just don't fuck with the wolf. He will kick your butt." So I got that mug, and all my old worker buddies thought it was hysterical. It was a bit awesome. It's great. I miss it. I didn't feel like moving, so I didn't like go with the new workplace. Why? Move anywhere, move. I don't know where Warg is. He walked away. You missed me telling a work story, Mags.
It's right now. Or my TV. One of the two. Because I didn't plug in my headset. All because usually when I join parties, your first words is MADS! So I didn't put my headset on because I couldn't handle the yelling right this second. But I plugged it in and I went, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Your overlay popped up. Then it disappeared. And then, through my TVs, I don't know where Ward's at. Aw, I didn't get my usual greeting. Son of a bitch.
I thought I had just gotten done telling you long, windy stories about why my old work, two long, windy stories, but long, windy story about why my old work buddies like my new mug, which is don't fuck with me until I've had my coffee. Don't fuck with me until I have my coffee. But it blurs out the two of the letters so that it can be used anywhere.
I had one that censored itself when your coffee was cold.
You know what I like about the fact that it's censored? The picture has the character in the picture has its mouth open like it's screaming at you at the top of its lungs, and two middle fingers up. So it's censored, but the character is double flipping you, which I think is ironic and hilarious.
I had one that it literally changes its mood depending on whether your cup is hot or cold. Like, it's supposed to be, it reacts to hot or cold, but it's supposed to be empty or full.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be empty or full, but it reacts to temperature-wise. So when there's hot coffee in it, it's smiling. And when there's cold coffee in it, it's cranky. Mine was constantly cranky because I drink cold coffee.
That's kind of funny. Do you have your audio included?
Yes.
Yay! Max!
Ow, my ear.
Sorry, there was a delay.
He purposely did that. So I'm proud of myself. I beat an A-bomb last night by myself. Granted, it took a mutant injection to do it. When I faced
I
him without the
mean,
mutant injection, I got my ass killed in Wave 21. But I survived to Wave 21
that's pretty
with
good.
somehow, I don't know how I ended up with a purple equipped gun. I guess it was the gumball I may have ate, and I did use perks, but
No.
motherfucker, I did that. I made it
Did
to
you
live.
go into a vault?
Nope,
Did you use a Sam challenge?
nope,
Did you pick it up off a wall?
nope.
I don't know how you got a purple equipped gun, but I mean,
All I did was
wouldn't
equipped it one time with the 500, and then equip it with my dark matter ammo, and I ate a gumball, and the next thing I know, I grinded to get my second tier gun, like from the ammo machine where you can get the other colors. I grinded to get one of it, and when I went back to go get it, right after I finished pack punching, it said that I was already on the last equipped one.
I don't know how you did that.
I don't know how I did that either, because I didn't do that. That's what I was
mean,
trying
you
to do
can
the night we fought the T-Rex.
You can upgrade it, like, from green to purple in one fell swoop.
Yes.
Or straight to purple. But you'd have had to click on that, and you would have had to have the salvage. Which I
Yep.
highly doubt is the case.
You are correct.
What?
I did not have the salvage.
I figured as much.
That's why I do ammo first, or do the 500 upgrade first, and then the 500 for my ammo, and then I pack a punched, and then I grinded to try to get the 1500 to get the second one. And when I went to go get the second one, it said I already had all of them. Or I had the last one equipped, which was odd to me. But because of that little fluke, I survived till Wave 21. And that has
Pretty
never
good.
that has never happened to me before without assistance.
That's pretty good because I'm gonna put this right there. Until the other day on Terminus, my record for Terminus was 21. I mean, I don't use gobblegums when I do those records. Typically speaking, I don't use gobblegums. I don't play with other people when I break records. I usually push really high to the point where when I play with people. But yeah. So you made it to my former Terminus, right?
Yeah, Terminus, I can't even with it.
No, but if you also take into account how much, like how good I am at the game, that's a pretty good comparison. I mean, 21's pretty good.
I was proud of myself.
I'm proud of you.
And I was like, no one is going to believe me unless I have proof.
I believe you, but I also would like to see proof.
So I sent you proof. I sent you a video
I didn't
and a
watch the
screenshot.
video, but I did look at the picture on the video. Saw you were beating the crap out of Abomination. Picture.
I was proud of myself.
I'm proud of you too. I also was starting stream, so that's why I didn't watch the video.
Yeah, I sent the video and the screenshot of how many waves I made it to.
Yeah.
I sent that to you and I sent it to Wolfie. Because I know Wolfie
I
would
made
have
it
called
to, like-
bullshit too.
I made it to like 27 or 29 on Terminus. So I beat my record. Because I wanted to beat Emma's as a tribute. I wanted to do one last jab back when it comes to beating people's stuff. I beat Emma's group record. Or whatever record. Group record or record.
I would just like to say I hate Pepsi with a real fucking passion. But Kyle loves Pepsi. And he bought a 15 pack of it. So I've been having to drink Pepsi for 2 days. Ugh.
I was almost gonna say, wait, I drink Pepsi, and then I realized I don't drink Pepsi, I drink Sprite.
Yeah. I don't like Pepsi because it makes me burp. And everybody's driving me fucking crazy.
Wow, you blew yourself up to kill me, and you fucking missed. You dumb shit. They not only missed me, who walked away, they missed my companion, who sat there and stood there. That's bad. Is that bad, Max?
Yes.
To miss a non-moving target at a suicide bombing?
God's power, let me tell you. I am also an ordained minister, and I am here to tell you.
Thank you.
God's power is not with us today. In Jesus Christ's name. Sorry, I'm listening to them preach a sermon outside.
Also, I have a new rule when it comes to the joining thing. Rag and everyone else, whatnot, and Disturbed is the reason this rule is now in place. Disturbed and found in one day crashed. See, the main reason why I uphold the rule, first of all, isn't actually my main reason. Isn't the main reason everyone else uses. If I invite somebody, it's much less likely to crash me. So if you ask first, and you and Warg tend to crash me the least, so I don't bother with you guys. But then there's also, you know, the other reason. So my new rule is, if you join and it crashes me, I'm gonna lock the party down and you're not coming in. If you didn't ask. If you didn't ask and you join and it crashes me. Now, the only two exceptions to this rule are you and Warg. You don't have to.
Sorry, I spaced out. I'm listening to a church sermon downstairs.
You didn't hear my whole thing?
Yes, I heard your thing. Did he just actually ask if I was going Christian or Catholic?
Yeah, Rag, she is. She's going to burn them down. Maybe.
Rag, I have to share this story. It's one of my favorite stories. If you've heard it, don't stop me. Let me go.
Is it the Fallout story? Please
Yeah, shut up.
Just before. Okay, thank you. I won't say shit, but I just had to know beforehand.
If you've heard the story, just shut up and enjoy it. This is how well my friends know me. Mads, you're being quiet. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just looking for a congregation. Oh. Wait, what? What's wrong with you, Mads? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I just need to burn down I just need to find a church. Oh, no, I was looking for a church. I said, I just need to kill the congregation that's in the church. I need to burn them all alive. Oh, okay, wow. Whew. We got worried for a second. That was a legitimate conversation.
Yeah, none of us had a problem with her literally saying that. All of us...
Every one of them had a problem with going, I need to find a church. What? Oh my god, are you okay? What's wrong, Gippy? But the second I went, nothing's wrong. I just need to burn the congregation alive. Everybody's like, oh, okay, that's fine. What the? This is how high my friends think of me. It's okay that hippie wants to kill everyone in a church. It's not okay that hippie wants to find a church. Yes, we've got a Saturday sermon that comes and sees us. It's from Rooted in Christ. They bring food.
Knowing of and becoming are very different things for Mags.
Hmm?
Listening to and actually caring about are very different things for Mags.
Yes. And
Rag,
See,
get right
folks?
in with us.
See, folks? This is what's wrong. This is what's wrong with
Rag,
our
was
society.
your audio included?
It is now. Sorry.
Alright.
So, this guy, Rag, just
Eve?
was concerned because I was listening to his church sermon that's going on downstairs. So, where I live at, they deliver food every Saturday. And it's your usual pantry food. Nothing to get excited about. Sometimes it varies each week. So, but with this food box comes a sermon. And it's from a group called Rooted in Christ Recovery. It's a recovery center. And because where I live at is a lot of addicts, and they're trying to clean this place up.
Trying.
So I
not
was-
su-
Yeah,
trying not succeeding.
Trying not succeeding, mind you. Things are getting worse, but cops are now finally busting things around here. They just went through a room that I didn't even suspect, 2 doors down. I suspected they used, I did not suspect what was happening. But what was happening was they were cooking, which explains why my entire hallway smelled like it. Smelled like this particular drug. We assumed, because the odor was so strong in my son's room, that it was coming from the guy that lived next door to my son, who also had stole my DoorDash and then refused to open the door when we were trying to knock. Like, he won't open the door for anybody. You gonna steal someone's food, but you ain't gonna open the door? Alright, little bitch, I remember that. And he tried to talk to me the other day in the hallway, and I told him, I said, I'll put you and your fat wife over the banister. Unless you got my 22 fucking dollars, get to stepping. Nah, cause I don't give a fuck who you are, you stole my goddamn food. I mean, it wasn't even for me, the food was for Miss Lisa. But still, the point is, it wasn't my money either. She gave me the money. She gave me the money to DoorDash for her. And the DoorDasher delivered it to their room. Well, my name's on that receipt, and her room number's on that receipt. They should have read that fucking receipt and delivered it to her. But is what it is. Is what it is. So, as I'm listening to this church sermons,
Just because it's outside your door doesn't make it yours.
no, DoorDash took it to his room. And then
They,
the
like,
DoorDash,
knocked on the door?
yeah, and the DoorDasher told me, he's, oh, I'm sorry, I thought it said 419. I said, well, bitch, it didn't, it said 119. And then he blocked me. So, it was literally set up by DoorDash. The guy purposely fucking stole the food and took it to him.
Did you get your money back?
Was my money, was Miss Lisa's. And no,
Did you get a
DoorDash credited it back to my account, yes.
That's good.
And, but, he's still, I'm
Did you get
gonna,
your delivery fee back too?
nope,
Well, tell them.
just the price of the fucking food.
Tell them they need to give you delivery fee back. If they gave your food to somebody else.
Yeah, I didn't get any of it back. As far as delivery fees go, or taxes. I got $22.15 even, which was the total of just the food. Yeah, I'm in the same boat with you, Shells. I agree. If the Dasher steals my food and delivers to someone else, DoorDash needs to replace the DoorDash fee as well. Not just the food cost.
Yeah.
Because Dasher didn't do their fucking job. Well, when I called him out on it, he immediately blocked me. So I reported him to Dash. And I also put him up on Manchester Public Forum. And said, not only did he deliver the food somewhere else, he tried to deny it and blame me, and then he blocked me instead of trying to help me fix it. The
Which means
appropriate
he's a
thing to
repeat
do,
offender.
the appropriate thing to do would have been to help fix it he's told me before that's not his fault in the past. 6 Dashers, one of which is a really good friend of mine, all chimed in. See, I've been door dashing for 3 years, baby doll. Actually, a little bit longer than that. But here at the hotel, I've been door dashing for 3 years. I also worked at 7-Eleven, which offered DoorDash. So I got to know all these door dashers in Coffee County really well. This guy is like Rack said, a repeat offender. He's done this before. There have been several people complaining on him. And he's also one of the ones that gets on Manchester Forum. You people, we do everything for you guys so you don't have to leave your precious little home and you can't tip more than $1. We don't tip more than $1 for shitty service. So I found that post that he had made a few days prior to stealing my food, and I went, well, maybe you'd get a better tip if you didn't steal from people. He blocked me on Facebook, too.
Yeah.
Well, how do you say I'm guilty without saying I'm guilty?
Hey, I don't block others. Especially when it's the scammers. I get them to block me.
But Shells is right. Shells is absolutely right. If the Dasher stole it, there's no reason why I still should have been charged the Dash fee, too. I mean, again, it wasn't my money. It was Miss Lisa's, but still.
I've been using Uber Eats.
Uber Eats doesn't take my cash app.
Oh.
And that's all I have is cash app.
I stopped for a bit for Uber Eats only because, you know, not working, broke bitch, yada yada. And I am very penny pinchy.
And Joey was trying to convince me that him buying groceries is cheaper than me and Kyle door dashing. Groceries, a night, per night, for all of us was $50.
Oh.
$30 feeds me and my son from DoorDash. $30 feeds all 4 of them. Him, his mom, and both his kids from DoorDash.
Mm-hmm.
It's at $60 total to feed both rooms. So it's about the same damn price either way. $10 more.
Because preparation. Also just $10 worth of preparation.
No. DoorDash for 2 households was $60. For Joey to go to the store and buy groceries was $50. Plus $10 in gas. So it was literally the exact same damn price.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that he still had to cook the groceries. Well,
yes. As to where I could eat within 5 minutes after I ordered from DoorDash. We were waiting till 9 o'clock at night to eat with him cooking. Because, you know, that's kosher. You wonder why Riley has no schedule. Well, maybe because you keep her up till 10 o'clock at night, because it's not 9 o'clock before she actually eats. And it's dangerous to eat right before you go to sleep.
Really?
Yes. So it causes nightmares.
That would explain why I scream in my sleep sometimes. I would probably explain it. Everything alright?
Yep.
Why does that song come back in my head now? I swear, it's like I have earworm. I'm at the worst times. Everything alright? Okay. So, Wolf?
I think he said he'd be right back.
Hey, Hippie, remember I talked about that there was about random stuff about Warframe?
Mm-hmm.
The Spider Warframe is coming. So, not even that safe for you now. Like, I don't think you're playing Warframe anyway, do you?
I haven't played Warframe in years.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you'll want to come back.
I found out I don't like Darthamir. There were spiders in Darthamir. I'm playing Fallen Order.
Oh.
Well, right now I'm playing Minecraft, but...
There's spiders in that too!
Yes.
Oh, no.
But I don't have mobs on, remember?
Right. Thank you for that.
I mean, I'll eventually have to cut them on. Part of the quest requires it, but that's besides the point.
But I must be some kind of weird. You know why I think that? I love spiders.
Yep, you're weird.
uh. Uh,
I like the spark pet thing. I have a pet ferret now.
Nice!
And he's black.
I like my darker furred animals, so that's good news. So, I got my forklift training finally.
Yay.
Just not the certification.
Do you remember the,
We really wish my family didn't, like, stop and do this kind of thing, like, when they know I'm in the middle of stream. Like, I just needed them to drop off some stuff. Hello?
hello?
I needed them to drop off some stuff. I didn't need them to go through the lengthy thing of my computer. Like, I'm not planning to do that. I wasn't planning to do that until next month. But they're, like, wanting to stop and talk about something, and, like, will call me later today. But they close at 3. So when are you gonna be? Because I'd like you to. No, I'll drop it off, but I need you to be there with me. And I'm like, they make it. I'm not gonna be free today. I plan to stream until 12. So like that, and if they plan to do it today, that's, to me, that's still now. That's not giving me a notice. Giving me a notice all of a sudden after I've made plans, started something, and committed to something. telling me after that, when you were on the phone, you were with people, I get that. But when you try to make plans, you can't just get to the point where you're out and with people without contacting me first, and then turn around and refer to, well, it didn't have to be now, it could be later. No, I build the day's plans, and I start and I commit to them. To me, that is still now. And I have to build. Like, I build stuff a week in advance and stuff, so, like, I have days and stuff. I'm not happy that Monday got taken up, so I'm trying to, like, pick a day. But they're like, oh, well, tomorrow's a holiday, and and I need you to call with me. It's so stressful, as my computer stopped working, and I'm really upset about it and stressed about it. And I've explained it to, like, now it's like the third time, and I don't understand. If she needed to write it all down, why she didn't have me do it when I was free? Why, out of the 3 times I have gone through it, she waited until I am in the middle of something, so that I had to stop and put stuff away because you made it sound like, well, it has to be later today. Well, I'm not going to be free later today. I just said I plan to go till 12. It is 12 something, so that implies I plan to go to midnight. They close at 3. You don't know if they're there tomorrow, but it's just so fucking stressful how my family handles shit. And they're like, oh, well, I had to stop, and I had to, they mentioned about being worried about computer and upset that I didn't go to Best Buy and get a fucking pre-made computer. I wanted a custom computer. I bought what I wanted. It's online. It doesn't come with paperwork. Like, I have boxes or something. But I was never told to write down all of the fucking parts. This is my first computer. I'm sorry if it's semi-stressful for you that you now have to worry about this stuff and feel bad. But you know what? How the fuck do you even think that makes me feel? Being the person who invested, just under $3,000 fucking dollars into this shit. To have a problem after a year, like, you don't think I'm stressful? You don't stress? You don't think I'm worried? Like, I get it's not your problem, but also, just be a little more fucking considerate. Oh, you talk like I don't give you time. But I said this, I plan to deal with it within, like, next few months, because I don't have the funds to buy stuff. I've made that clear a couple of times, but they don't bother to write it down or remember it. So, like, when they're making plans about shit, it's just like, you wait until I'm literally in the middle of shit. Like we've talked about, I don't like talking about it because it stresses me out. Because just explaining what happened freaks me out. Because I'm upset about it. Because I, like, get to the point where I'm, like, having a mental breakdown just explaining it. I just wish my family, like, oh, well, I do all this stuff and I drop everything. And I'm like, first of all, half the time I don't ask you to drop everything. Second of all, you ask me to do something, but you want me to do it, and I'm trying to move my plans around, and you want me to do it, like, right the fuck away. Well, I drop everything. Her favorite excuse is I drop everything to help you. I don't ask you to most of the time. And usually, I only do it if it's an emergency. You want me to help you with the fucking pool, but you don't tell me you want help with the pool or the filter, that you even planned to like, clean out the filter, until it's, like, literally I'm in the middle of the stream and it's that day. Also, I change my plans for them constantly, but they never plan around my plans. Like, they never do it without complaining and stuff. Which upsets me. Like, it's not fair that you turn around and play the victim card and all that stuff, and then expect me to You can't have it both ways. And you can't act like you're doing, you stop and drop everything more than I do when I actually give you time and notice. Just, I wish it was both ways with them. It stresses me out. It stresses me out. I'm really upset about the computer. And I have plans to do stuff and whatnot. And I had planned to go to Best Buys. Like, you came up with this place that I have no idea what it is. And, yeah, maybe it's better. But, like, your work deals with. But I didn't know the times ahead of time, their office hours. You want me to schedule something or pick a day, but then you need to call them. You mentioned that you kind of wanted me to do it like now, today, but you wouldn't even talk to me earlier this morning before I started everything. It's just so hectic with her. I fucking hate it. She fits so much into her schedule and then doesn't take consideration for others. Like, you're so considerate and you help and do so much stuff to the point where you have no flexibility for anybody else after the fact. I hate my life. I don't actually hate my family, but God, I hate my family.
You don't hate your family, you hate their way of thinking.
I hate the way they do shit. And their double-ing standards. Like, majority of the time I don't ask. When I ask for them to drop everything, it's because whatever it is gonna cost me $200 fucking dollars. Because, like, example, I don't ask them to typically drop everything, I give them notice. An example of when I don't give them notice, Walmart didn't activate my Xbox cards, right? And they insisted that I, like, try and work on switching to cards. Which eventually I did. And Walmart didn't activate them. And then blamed it on the codes not working yet. Or whatnot, blah blah blah, excuse kind of bullshit. Well, if I don't rectify this before too much time goes by, Walmart's not, you know, I'm down, that means I'm down $200.
Yep.
We just came back from Walmart. It's kind of important we go to Walmart, like, now! So I'm sorry if you had to drop everything to go back to Walmart for me. That's an emergency thing for me. For me, like, I didn't ask her to, I didn't ask her to drop everything to solve the computer problem. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be bothered if it got put off to next month because I really don't have the funds. And I've mentioned this multiple times. And if I've mentioned it multiple times in this one conversation that I'm having with you, you can imagine how many times, you know, that it's probably been mentioned to her a couple times.
Yes.
And it's like, I get there's stuff, like, I get that she's having trouble remembering things because she's sleeping, and maybe she's not sleeping, and she's getting older. But you need to compensate. I can't be taking the fault for this. I can't be changing my entire whatnot to accommodate for this. Unless, you know, unless you ask, like, like, maybe if you stop and ask me to, that'd be different. But, like, I can't be expected to without you actually taking some kind of initiative. But I do anyway. I honestly just do anyway. Like, I try to work around her because there's not the back and forth kind of thing with us. I get it. She's getting older and stuff, and yeah, but it's so stressful. And when I'm already losing my shit over it anytime I talk about it, it'd be really, 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 really nice if I wasn't, you know, if things like, well, I was really hoping you could go now, but you're not, but at the same time, you turn around and you're not ready to go because you need to call them first. But you want me there to call them, you want me there to put it in, you want me there for this, so that requires planning, that requires time, that requires whatnot. And it'd be really, 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 really nice if, like, it didn't get pushed on me all while I'm trying to, in the middle of a stream. Because I would like the time and whatnot to have my mental breakdown off stream. I don't even need time for my mental breakdown, I just need time off stream.
I like how you worded that. I just need time for my mental breakdown.
Like, I just prefer not to publicize it. But, like, I can't, and I prefer not to be told, like, I don't ask her to drop her shit. To, like, do other things while she's in the middle of her stuff. Even when, like, a couple days ago I had mentioned us getting together and, like, you know, going to the farmer's market because we both wanted honey. And she's in fucking Greenfield. She's not even in our fucking town. But she didn't bother to call me for any of this shit first. She waited literally past lunchtime to bring me a bunch of random stuff while I'm in the middle of a stream. Why? Why? Like, not why did you do this? Why in the middle of stream? I don't even care about the hectic stuff. It's when I've committed to stuff. It's impolite. The fact that I now have to be impolite to compensate and cope. I don't mind having to put away my shit, but when it involves others, it's embarrassing for me.
Yep.
And it's kind of hard when you turn around and you make it sound like super fucking urgent. And then it's like, oh, well, by the way, well, I have to call them first, like, because I wanted to set aside the time to go. But she couldn't do that. Then why did we have to do this right the fuck now? Like, why didn't you just ask me to write down everything that happened in detail and send it to me in a text message so I could write it down? Why didn't you bother to take the time to ask me, you know, well, when does this need to be handled by? Because it's my computer, my problem, and you know, you gotta work with me, so maybe ask me when I plan to handle this by. You know, that's a good start to the fucking thing. At least I think so.
Seems logical, yes.
Yeah. So why the fuck does it need to happen in the middle of the stream?
Well, you see, what happened was...
I'm not sure if you've picked up on this, but I'm very unhappy about this predicament.
And if I don't shut my mouth soon, you're gonna pop me in the mouth.
No! I'm just gonna go off harder. And I'm losing my shit. I don't care. You can go off, that's fine, that's perfectly fine. But oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ, Mom, what the fuck? Make up your mind. Do the one or the other. Also, preferably, let's try not to do this shit while I'm in the middle of stuff. Don't wait until I'm in the middle of stuff. I contacted her at like 9 something. We also planned to go. I didn't wake up until like fucking 8 something, because I didn't go to bed until like 6 something. Then my alarm didn't go off at 7:30. So I'm already late on everything. We had planned to go to the farmer's market first thing in the morning. So when it's like almost 10 o'clock, we plan to go to the farmer's market in the morning, yes?
Yes.
When it's almost 10 o'clock, and you're not even in the fucking town yet, that we live in, that we're going to? that doesn't seem like what we had planned on, no? Yeah, maybe?
Kind
I
of.
mean, that's pretty fucking close to lunchtime. Also knowing it's a stream day. Cause like it's not like she can't write them down. I mean, just take in my days into consideration is also just another way to do it. Like, you don't have to memorize them, but just like what I say, oh, well, it's a stream day, go, oh, well, shit, my bad. I crafted too many of these. I wanted some of these. I'm gonna lose my crikeys. I'm sorry if it's inconvenient to you that my computer had a fucking breakdown, but it's not like I planned for this. It's a year old. I have no idea what to fucking do either. Like, I was going to handle the majority of it. It wasn't even like I was asking her to solve the problem for me. I figured most of it out. I kind of, even though I had no fucking idea what I was doing, figured out my game plan. And then came to her. I waited till I had my whole game plan built. I was gonna go to Best Buy's. Then she decides to contact a bunch of people and figure out a bunch of shit that I have no clue about. So I'm now even less in my ball game. So I'm way the fuck off my game now. Not that I was even in it to begin with. I'm losing my shit. I'm not sure if you could tell.
Losing? I thought you already lost it all.
No, there's
Bad
too
timing.
much of it. I'm still no, there's too much of it. I'm still currently in the process of continuing to lose more than I already have.
Ooh.
There's a lot of it to lose. It takes some time. My apologies for that. Also, in the kindest way I could possibly mean this, like, understand that I am saying this with complete and utter all love, Greg, but fuck off.
I knew that was coming.
And that is not said with anger. Again, please don't forget that part. Because I care. That is said because I care. Oh, my mom is a handful. It's not even that I'm upset with her, she's a fucking handful. Like, I've gotten to the point where this just comes with the fucking territory. That's all it is for me. It comes with the territory, that's all it is. I don't even see this as a, oh my god, so like if you're freaking out and you're like, oh my god, she's such an help. No, she could just not help me. She could just not take me to Best Buy's and let me figure out the fucking ride for myself. I mean, plenty of people's moms do that shit for them. Plenty of people's moms just don't fucking care because you know what, they're grown-ass fucking adults, and they're just like, yeah, well, sucks to be you, fuck off. My mom doesn't do that. My mom tends to care whether I want her to or not. More often than not, she cares when I'm like, no, just please, just let me fucking handle it. It's my money, it's my savings, I get it. Like, and I get it. If I need to borrow stuff from you eventually once in a while or something to avoid a loan, I mean, you're my mom, you're gonna do it either way, yes. But I also don't, like, put myself in these situations often, and yes, I could, if I were on my own and you weren't around, I could still handle it. It's called a loan. It's not convenient, it's not ideal, but shit happens in life. And, you know, or I'd just go without stuff for a while, and I'd have to deal with it. Like, it's not something I couldn't live without. I lived without my computer. Like, I had my computer, it was working and stuff. I just didn't fucking use it for, like, roughly, maybe, I want to say, personally, a year? almost a year I had it, and I just didn't fucking put it together or use it because I didn't feel like I was procrastinating. I procrastinate. There's no fucking reason why I didn't. I just didn't feel like getting up and going and do the effort of doing it. But then I loved my fucking computer, and I developed emotions to my computer. And then it broke down. And now I kind of wish I just left it for longer. Because I wouldn't be having this problem. But that's not a good wish to make, because that's like me saying, oh, my food stamps were stolen. I wish I didn't try to use my food stamps, so I had no fucking idea. But that just means that that's gonna happen next month, and I still don't know that it's stolen the first month. And then I'm gonna be double fucked. So, like, understand that this is not a good wish to make. I swear, my life is a mess. I'm sure Stream is loving this mental breakdown. And you know what? Honestly, I'm not gonna cancel Stream. This is kind of just half humor. Like, there's humor mixed into this, so it's not an embarrassing level of stuff. I'm not raging at a game or anything. So understand, these are life problems. Everybody has them. I'm just not afraid to have them on stream. It's not ideal, but I just don't have the time, effort, or patience to give a shit whether you guys give a shit or not. If this bothers you, if this is like, oh my god, this guy's such a mess, to the point where you have a problem with it, I'm sorry. But deal with it. Or leave. I don't feel like shit. Like, my stream is for my own pleasure. Like I told someone who's trying to do art for me, and I mean, I get it. I'm not gonna down people who are trying to do their art thing, especially if they're not a bot. Like, I'd much rather have somebody ask me who's a person than a machine. Because then I have to ban the machine. See, I don't care if you ask me about art. You're not, like, actively promoting yourself to my viewers. So it's whether or not it's aimed at me or not, I don't really... You can ask. You don't have to be afraid to ask me shit the first time. Although, depending on the response. But yeah. Like, I mean, obviously some things you probably shouldn't ask. Like, why are you such a fucking piece of shit? I mean, I'm not going to take that kind of comment too kindly. That's an example of a very extreme thing. Like, it's not anything goes with me, but, like, at the same time, I'm pretty fucking chill. And my stream, I will say anything that doesn't get me banned. I prefer people not use, like, derogatory terms that are, like, overused and not an excessive big deal. They're not really aimed at anybody. But to me, I want a certain level of context with it. In other words, don't use it for the sake of using it. Ben has this big problem with me. I have an issue with that, when Ben does that. Because he uses the word just to use it. He doesn't use it as an emphasis. Which means it's kind of a bad thing to continuously use for no reason at all. And using it for no reason at all is kind of offensive to some people. I don't have a problem with you saying the word on my stream, just don't continuously say it for no reason. That kind of shit.
What's he saying?
But yeah. Oh, he said retard several times.
Laura
I'm
doesn't
not
like
afraid
it.
to... I don't... He wasn't even explaining something, he was like using it to repeatedly to phrase the word dumb. But it was like, it wasn't within a funny, or like don't be retarded, or this is retarded. It's just like, I don't like to deal with fucking retards. I mean, that's like on the border to repeat more than once. Like, I don't... That, and it wasn't even, he wasn't even angry, he was casually saying, and it just like, why? Why? Like, this isn't, you're not upset, it isn't an emphasis, why do you need retard? Like, fucking idiots. You say idiots all the time, why can't you say it now? Why did it need to be that word specifically right now? To explain idiots, like, again, don't have a problem with it, but I don't like to use words for the sake of using them if they're big extreme words. Use them when you're angry. You use it to explain, like, example. When you've gone beyond the point of what I could consider a normal idiot mistake, when you just did something that idiots will point and laugh and call you f***ing stupid, and will be justified for doing so, that's when you use the word retarded. You're retard. Like, it's when you do something excessively. We use it as an emphasis. There is the derogatory and there is the emphasis. But we don't use it to replace base word. And I mean once or twice, but like I don't need you to repeat the same point in almost the same sentence multiple times in a row, constantly using that word. That's a bit excessive. It's not like a warning, I just asked him to not do it. But like, so we are no holds barred, but at the same time, we are human beings. Let's be at least like, just a little. I feel like still a little bit reasonable is a bit much for my stream. I mean, we are pretty fucking bad. We are like really bad here. Let's not be so excessive that we look stupid. That's how I want to put that one. That's a good way to put it. Isn't it, Mags?
Yeah.
Let's not make ourselves look stupid by being overly excessive. I don't want to look bad because you use a word so much that it's doubled back around and is now making you look bad. Which then, me allowing it on my stream makes me look bad if I don't say anything. It's to sum it up, looks at Fen and goes, dude, really? Stop. That's the best way I can sum that up. It's not that we control our language. I don't want to hear someone bitch about idiots while he's being an idiot.
People can bitch all
It's a
they want.
redundant point. It's not even a moot point, it's a redundant point. See, that's the difference between us. We use big words sometimes here. And we use them properly.
So, you guys remember the travesty that was Snow White, right? The live action?
Yeah.
I've not seen it. Should I have?
The one that just came out on Netflix.
Yeah, I don't know. I seen it somewhere.
You talking about the one that just came out on Netflix?
New movie. Yeah.
Whatever the fuck, what is it, like, what are the stores that's recent? Whatever I don't know. I don't know when it came out or what it came out. I've just seen it around.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
In my defense, I don't give two shits, really, more or less, about Disney's live actions. They are not good.
Yeah, they
A
are.
lot of them ruins the characters' like nostalgic aesthetics, which then ruins the movie for me. Therefore, and Disney has a bad habit of changing or writing out characters because they then can't pass up the opportunity to then change things that work, which also pisses people off.
Well,
They wrote out main characters. You don't write out main
They
characters.
got rid of the main shark dude.
They did.
They got rid of the 3 of the main 5 cast. They are like the important fuckers. These are like the plot, like the necessity. These are characters that are necessity, or
Well, that shark guy wasn't
Yeah.
he one of the bounty hunter aliens that came looking for Stitch?
he is
Actually, he's our
plot-worthy. He is the
top.
main plot-worthy bad guy. He has the most interactions with the characters.
Yes.
So to justify removing him, I did a little research. To justify removing him, they then removed the 2 people that interact with him constantly that are tied into his plot, which are like main character plots.
Actually,
which are
they're still around.
emotional.
The other 2 are still there.
The scientist
Pete-
and the flight guy and the big
Jamba and
bad guy.
Fleetly are still there. I saw another trailer thing. And, Fleetly is still in there. They just have human disguises.
They haven't what?
They got human disguises, as in fancy human-esque looking out things that make them look superhuman.
which is effectively just changing them to human.
No, they can still supposedly take it off.
No, because all of their... No, Rag, understand, by doing this and not letting them be their original characters...
They've now
making
changed part of the story.
Yeah, true.
Instead of doing what normal writers do, and make them appear human to everybody else, by having some alien tech device, which is what they do in the original thing. They've effectively changed them to humans to write them out as alien characters because their original thing is offensive because they've assumed what their things. And again, none of this is proven, but most of this is confirmed. So understand, Disney has developed a habit of writing out characters because they assume they're stereotypes. Again, like the homely black like woman. Oh well, they've assumed what's offensive. You can't assume what offends a race that you aren't a part of and that you don't represent. You can't assume what's offensive to an entire type of people. Oh well. They wrote out the Black Wizard to Shazam. Unofficial. This is the unofficial, so there's no proof to this, but this is what it. There's no proof that you ate my candy bar, but there's chocolate smeared all over your fucking face, so I'm pretty fucking sure this is why you are the one who did it. That kind of thing. So, like, you can't prove that's why they did it, but it's, like, kind of obvious to anybody who actually cares to know the truth. Because if you look at the whole of what they've removed and what their remote reasons are, and what everyone says their reasons are, they've then, even if they don't say this is their reason, they've generalized in their reasons, have given the public this impression, and they don't do anything about addressing the public's incorrect assumption. So even if the public, they say one thing, it's supposed to mean one thing, and the public thinks it's this, it is Disney's job as a company who, if this isn't the reason why, I'm on a rant. Hey, Wismo. You're not hearing any? Oh, okay, cool. We're on a rant about Disney because I have been traumatized by some life shit. And, that has nothing to do with Disney.
But we're gonna blame Disney.
But now I am on a rampage because someone brought up Lilo and Stitch. Disney has written out the main character in Shazam. They've then put in non-Shazam, like, iconic characters in the second one. And a lot of people are saying woke. So if they say, oh, well, this is the new woke movement, this is the new woke movement, and a lot of people are ranting about it. If that is not what you want as an image, and you are not okay as a company with this as an image, you correct it, you say it, and you address it. And you try and convince the public. Otherwise, after enough of deliberately not addressing it, and if enough people still, then you don't actually care, and it can lean to proving that this is actually your reason behind stuff. You're just not willing to admit it. And especially when it comes to things you can't prove, like the reason behind your actions. But there are very highly suggestive things that they wrote out Shazam and put a bunch of female characters in as well that aren't really iconic Shazam characters or enemy things. They wrote a whole plot about stuff, and they're like, and if you go, oh, well, no, they're actually part of the Shazam universe. Yes, but if you also turn around and look at what they did to Star Wars, and how they have, like, lesbian Sith Lord kind of shit stuff, and again, didn't look too much into this because I really don't want to see how bad they fucked up Star Wars, so I'm basing this, understand that if I'm getting this wrong, I'm basing this off of what a bunch of people have to say about it. Even people who are pro the change. I'm listening to not one side, but both sides, and coming to this conclusion.
I've been catching up on a lot of Star Wars, but I haven't seen the lesbian sis yet.
I guess something about, they had a baby with the Force kind of thing. They added a bunch of stuff and they changed a bunch of stuff, and at the same time they have a very bad habit of changing things that involve black characters and writing out literally canon stuff and canon characters and important characters that actually are very essential to the stories.
Yeah, all that I know.
And it's not just one thing. This is a continuous thing they're doing. So they can rant and rave that it's not even if they said, oh, well, it's not because he's black. You look at Mace Windu. You look at the wizard from Shazam, who's an iconic plot. You look at the characters that have Jamaican accents or very, stuff like that in Lilo and Stitch, which kind of give an impression. And anything that could remotely... They're assuming some... And they've gotten in this habit. Oh, well, pro-female characters. They copy-pasted the plot to a Star Wars thing because they couldn't get away with rewriting it without literally causing an uproar. They rewrote Marvel, like they did the time-based thing, and rewrote an actual thing, and Madame Web, and then just gave her an entirely different character set of superpowers. Like, Madame Web, her base thing is like she can telekinesis and see shit. She has no web-slinging powers. She has no agility powers. She's a blind, crippled lady in a chair. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if she's really crippled, but she never really moves from the f***ing chair as far as I know.
Are you talking about the Marvel's What If?
It's the Marvels, like, when there's this guy who was trying to kill the 3 spider lady chicks. The one called Madame Web.
There's a series called Marvel What If.
This was a movie. This is a movie called Madame Web. And they rewrote her fucking powers. And her powers are literally just Spider-Woman, which is a completely different thing from Spider-Man. Spider-Woman, and then they slapped web slinging onto it. Spider-Woman can't sling webs. Spider-Woman has almost nothing to do with Spider-Man. Spider-Woman is from an entirely different time than Spider-Man. Spider-Woman has psychic powers. They saw this and was like, salivated over it, and was like, let's put all this shit on Madame Web and then slap swinging powers onto her. She's not even the same fucking character. Half of Madame Web's charms is you don't really know unless you really dive deep and like actually look what she can actually do or not. She pulls out this shit that you didn't actually realize she could do. Like, psychically being able to, you know, it wasn't very apparent. She doesn't do it very often. But she can psychic stuff. She can pull things into her own dimension. But she doesn't leave her dimension. She doesn't leave her chair. You have no idea if she's agile or not. But she sits in her fucking chair, so, like, you assume she's... She has a blindfold on, so you assume she's blind. But unless you actually dig into shit, you wouldn't know. That's kind of half her charm, is her mystery. They turned her into an action character. They completely disregarded everything that makes Madame Web, Madame Web. They then started building a move. It's crazy. And they have this. They wrote out Shazam. They made the entire enemy cast in Shazam female witches that were stolen from, which is, you know, really pushes the whole survivor, you know, I've been robbed of my rights kind of bullshit. Which is very not Shazam. Shazam is like end of the world kind of enemies, not like super psychic witches who fight and try to take your power kind of stuff. And I mean, sure, maybe, like, I haven't bothered to see if they were or were not original Shazam characters. They then wrote out the wizard, because he was and they don't really comment much, as far as I know, on the fact that I understand. I'm the kind of person, like, I might not have all the facts. This is based on everything that I've accumulated from everybody, not on, like, a ton of research. But if you have consistent, reoccurring opinions, this is from both sides, both pro and con. So I have gathered from people who are pro this, like, example, this is and in reviews and stuff. When you look at, like, this stuff, even if it's not woke, even if it's not this reason, the fact that there are recurring opinions of this means they have not properly and publicly addressed it to the point where enough of the public has taken into account what you addressed. And I get that you can't convince everybody and some people are stupid, but you can't say that the majority of people are fucking ignorant. Because a majority of people who take the time to comment on shit actually fucking care about it. I mean, that takes time and effort. I care about shit and I still don't have the fucking time and effort to comment on shit. Most I'll do is like and unlike shit. But I'll do that to shit I don't even have any fucking idea about. Because, you know, if this comment is bad, and the majority of these comments, you know, the 5 stars have thumbs down, and for this reason, and it has 90 fucking 6 thumbs down, but only 15 thumbs up, then and there's like 16 others that are like this, then I'm just gonna go along with the flow. I'm not gonna feel bad. I'm not the only one, and I don't give 2 shits. So, like, I get it. I get the being caught up in the masses thing, but I am pulling from this. And if corrected, and you have solid and done solid research, and I have faith, especially if I have faith in it, Mags can attest, I actually stop to listen to then recorrect my shit. Because, again, most of my knowledge comes from the masses. Because my knowledge and my caring for my knowledge is not based on, especially if I don't care enough to go into heavy research, it's easier to just to collect stuff and stuff. It's based on the mass opinions and what I have deducted. It's street smarts, and it allows me to then research and get actual semi-accurate things on multiple things, but when corrected and I know people have actually done what they say they've done and done the research and done it properly, I'm not above taking back what I said, reevaluating it, because it's again from the masses, and I'm not beyond admitting that. So take what I say with a grain of salt. It's not me doing thorough research. It's not me insisting that I'm not wrong. I welcome being corrected. If I'm wrong, I don't like, you know, I prefer not to look fucking stupid. So understand that this is not quite biased, but it's the mass conclusion. Unlike the AI, I do some version of research. So think of me as like AI Google, but not fucking stupid. Like AI Google if it was smart and actually sentient. That would be the easiest, most basic way of summing up how my, you know, when I don't do research, knowledge is accumulated. I accumulate it by the masses, the deductions, not just blind mass numbers, but deduction. I go so far as to deduce, you know, and I look at the extremeness of the numbers to deduce whether or not, how hard I'm going to back it, and what kind of people are saying it. Again, if Mag says she's done the research, or if somebody random says she's done the research, those hold 2 very different extremes in my eyes. I'm going to put more faith behind somebody who I know's talked about it. I don't just look at and it's not biased either, I don't look at just the pro or just the con, no matter how I feel. But if both pro and cons are saying similar things, I take it's like research except with people. You know, if you see on Google and the majority of these articles say this, and an article that disagrees with it says this, but they both have this in common, and the majority have this and say this, then this is most likely true. That is what we call a deduction. But I don't take everything from everything and assume that it's true.
Yes, the book.
But opposing sides tend to not agree, so when opposing sides agree, there's very likely some truth to it. Isn't that right, Mags?
Yep.
So I take those truths, those possible truths, and I base my stuff off of this. So if I offend you or if I sound stupid, go ahead, add 2 cents. I'm not gonna fault you for not agreeing with me, because unlike people who are overly blah 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 and whatnot, I'm willing to listen, I'm willing to learn, and I'm willing to educate myself. But from what I've gathered, this, and I'm not gonna always say that because that's tedious and obnoxious. And I mean, I deal with all kinds of people, and they don't all agree. Like, some of my favorite people to debate with is someone who just the other day was like, saying the same word twice is not helpful at all, it's vague as fuck. And I'm sitting there going, and I was talking about bread, so I'm like, do you eat bread? So here's the conversation. Oh wait.
A fine harvest of riches, very fine indeed. Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and papers, shrouded with glittering gold.
Yeah, guys. So if you haven't realized, once I get started, I go on a tangent, and it's interesting. And some people find it interesting. Some people find it funny. I get really invested. They're kind of half fun for me. It's like a very, some people like talking about cars and shit. It's like my social person. All right. Mags. Hey, back.
Hold on a minute.
Alright. Yeah, but guys, nobody here should feel afraid to express their opinion. I enjoy talking with people who, I can easily enjoy talking to people who are at odds with my point of view, who are, actually bothered to have some intelligence. And it doesn't take a lot. I just prefer not working with people who don't have any real reason or backing behind what they say or do. And even then, I can and tend to enjoy it in that situation. But Marvel and Disney has gotten in the habit of changing things they do or don't agree with based on, and I understand what this quote means. I use it in a sort of, I get that it has a technical meaning. I use it in a form of slang to refer to the group or movement that have perverted, aka warped, its actual meaning and actual reason. Because there are people who do that, and they might not quote unquote claim to be woke, and some may have, but it's my slang term to make fun of the people who have become so, they feel like they need to defend a group of people without that person's actual input based on things, and have gone so gung-ho about it that they've done a full 360 and are now doing and now instead of erasing problems, they're literally doing that they're creating problems. They remove things on somebody's behalf because of a stereotype they have in their head, and they've decided that this is a stereotype, that because it's a stereotype, it's offensive. Well, not all stereotypes are offensive. Example, the Land of Lakes. My argument to the Land of Lakes. And you can disagree, and you can think that, well, that I might be wrong. That's fine. I'm not gonna, like, put you down for it. We don't have to agree on our stuff. And I won't get angry or dislike you for, or even think that you're wrong for thinking what you think. I just don't have to agree with it. That's how life works. But the Land of Lakes butter and the whole Indian thing, quote-unquote Native American, as someone who's been around Indians, or quote-unquote Native Americans, and come from Florida, a lot of us, there's a split bit. A lot of us, A, don't care. B, it's faster to say that. C, don't really endear the term Native American in the first place because, well, it's not the most charming term. And see, I have Native American heritage. I'm Florida native. It's more Florida native-like, specifically, to just say Indian because everyone knows what you're talking about. And then we say, when we're actually talking about people from India, we go Indians, you know, like from India. And because as of who we talk, you know, and it changes based on who you talk to. So if you talk to more people who kind of get what you mean, then you adjust how you speak based on the type of people you speak to. And if somebody has a problem with it, you know, you adjust and you get over it, or you don't, depending on the person, you don't. We know the term's incorrect. We use it as a sort of shorthand. So, but it's a quicker and faster and more simplistic way to have a quicker and more to the point conversation. But taking the Native Americans or the Indians or however you want to use the term off Land of Lakes butter isn't pro-Native American. Like, a lot of us don't see it as a pro. We see that as an act of hate, a lot of us, because what's the problem with it? Is it because I've asked somebody who, like, was pro taking it off, and my disagreement with them, because they're like, oh, well, it's offensive. Well, why is it offensive? I didn't say that it was wrong for offensive. I actually bothered to get into it. I don't just auto-disagree. He's like, because, you know, it's a stupid, Native Americans don't own animals. Well, that might have been true originally. For most Native Americans, but they owned horses and stuff, and they didn't do farming. So, effectively what they've done is imply that Native Americans can't own that. Oh, well, it was made back then, but it's not back then now. So keeping it or not keeping it should be based on now, not its original meaning. If something's hateful, example, slurs didn't always start off as slurs. Sometimes they were words, and they were used in a hateful manner, to the point where it became a slur. but it only becomes a slur when people use it hatefully. And there are a lot of things that were not originally used hatefully. So, and people will bully regardless of it be hateful, regardless of what word is used. So, a lot of the times, the replacement sayings for a lot of slurs tend to be more offensive than the actual slur itself to the people. Especially when people who weren't offensive now start using it. Like people who aren't being hateful. Because it's just like, you know, a lot of them, the scientific stuff or whatever, the technical or legal stuff, almost seem to push or imply that there's something wrong with you. Like you're not okay, or that something, you know, the people who don't have this or whatever are better than you. Kind of. That's what it comes off as a lot of the times. And I mean, so getting back down to it, implying that it's not the stereotype or whatever. Oh well, Native Americans don't own cattle. Well, that means that you can't put, we're not allowed to be put on stuff. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, like, and Native, that's a good point, Wismo. And
Mine harvest the riches.
by taking it off, all you've done is remove something that promotes Native American. So you've taken some, even if it did damage before, even if it was hateful, even if it was a negative stereotype, now it's a pro. You see it and you're like, oh, that's the Land of Lakes lady. Man, she's so pretty. Aren't Indians cool and stuff? Like, it's become a pro thing. That's like, an overemphasis or an over, like, inflated kind of the average, what I see and picture the average, and from my experience, what the average person would be like is like, oh, growing up, I looked at it and I'm like, oh, that's really cool, she's pretty, she's in nature. I didn't care about the fact that she owned butter. There was a real pretty Native American lady on, an Indian lady on the Land of Lakes butter, and it made me think of Native Americans and appreciate Native Americans and appreciate the fact that they were in nature. Oh, well, they didn't. And by taking it off, all you've done is depreciate it. You've taken the chance for future generations to have the impression I had growing up. And like, nothing about the fact that she is on butter makes people go, oh, ugh, Native Americans, ugh. Nothing about that makes people think negatively. So why is it so bad? Because you've deemed it bad? So what you're saying is, because it's butter, Native Americans can't be on it. That's the most basic summary of what you're saying, which in itself is hateful. You might not mean it hateful, you might not realize you're being hateful, but you are being hateful, because what you're implying is, in the generic, you are insisting that because we're not good, basically. And again, this might not be the intention, but you need to stop and think about how it looks and how it feels to the people you're doing it to. Because the effect it has on people also matters, not only the intention. And honestly, you might be trying to defend us, but you're doing damage. Because all you've done is make us feel like, oh, well, you feel like we're not good enough to be on butter. We're not good enough to own cattle because of your reasons behind why you did it. That's what it feels like. Because that's the only logical summary of that, based on what you've claimed and why you claimed you did it. I can like logically deduce it to. You've been, because of who we are, we can't be on this kind of thing. Because, and, oh, well, it's offensive. Well, again, all that pushes is, you know, the idea of us being on this is offensive. But it's okay for, but here's the real part that offends. But it's okay for anybody else? Again, boil it down, think of the whole picture before you do shit. Actually think before you act on something. Maybe get the other party's input before you start a movement on our behalf. Because all you've made me feel like is that I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough to be on butter stuff because I'm, as a Native American, I shouldn't be owning cattle. That's what it comes off like. Because your reasons behind it are extremely hateful, whether you mean it to or not. Because you're implying that most people are okay, but it's not okay for this. Which, again, has come full back around to you're trying so hard to not, to be anti-hateful that you have, in turn, become hateful. And a lot of the times, like, and it all, like, even, oh, well, this has been going on forever. Well, that's part of the problem. Oh, well, people have been doing this forever. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem is, you've been so anti or so pro whatever you are, that you're being hateful towards the rest. Like, again, for an example, my point is, I'm not against the signs, Black Lives Matter, this Lives Matter, but I feel like if you're really trying to be pro, and I'm trying to give my 2 cents, and to be hateful towards my input, feels like you're being hateful. To me, I think that's not good enough. I think all lives matter. I think you shouldn't just and especially when you're offended by white lives matter too as a response. Your reply to that should probably, if you really wanted to be pro everybody and equality, would be, yeah, they do too. I agree. They also matter. Not just these, but those. Not, oh, well, because you're this, you don't experience much hate, so, because I've had people say, to other people I've seen people say that to other people who have signs, oh, well, yeah, but that's dumb because everybody experiences hate. There are entire sections of cities where you can't walk in because you're not of color, like, or you'll be driven out. Like, those places still exist, New York has them. Where, like, you kind of get lashed out as. And I mean, this is old, so, like, I don't know if it's still a thing, but from my knowledge, it hasn't changed. But, it's not, you're not the only one. No matter who you are, no matter what you are, you're not the only person discriminated on. Everybody gets it. Hate is not exclusive to anyone. You are not the only person in the world. And if you really want to take that into account, and you can't go turning around and bashing people who do the same thing for their stuff. I'm not anti-pride flag, but at the same time I feel like it's overly pushy and in my face. Because if you're not, to me, the friend that I have, that I like to refer to as the gay friend, I don't know why I have plenty of gay friends. He is the gay friend. I don't know why it came to that label, but it kind of does. It's not a hateful thing, it's a pro thing. He's like, if I had to boil it down and give a real explanation, I guess the closest thing I could say to probably what I think it is he's my favorite friend that I know who's very out there gay. It's like hard to describe, but he and I first met. I'm sitting in my driveway. Right? We've known each other in passing. I'm sitting in my driveway, waiting for the bus to come. He's walking down. He had just got bashed, like physically attacked, and he settled his court case and everything, and decided he was now going to come out and tell everybody. Because, I mean, what is he going to get? Attacked? Well, he's already been there and done that. You know, what more that has he not already been put through does he have to lose? So he's decided to go to the extreme and tell everybody. Now, to me, if you want to be over zealous about it in my face, that's one thing. I will make fun of people who are over the top about stuff, regardless of what it's about. Whether you're an over the top Patriots fan, I'm gonna poke fun at you and make fun of the Patriots just to get a rise out of you. It's kind of, it's a joke. Everybody gets it. I'm not targeting anybody. It is a little bit kind of like a bullyish kind of thing to do, but it's all in good fun. It's not hateful. It's my thing. And so I'll sit there and poke fun at people who are over the top, and all in good fun. This is not a negative manner of way of doing things. I just do it because I'm giving people a hard time. You joke and give people a hard time too. And if you don't, well, maybe you should try a little harder to have fun. It adds a little spice to life. You're not being a bad person until you actually are being a bad person. So, in summary, he's walking up to me. He's like, out of nowhere, stops in front of my driveway because I'm at the end of my driveway and goes, "Hi, I know you. We've gone to school together. Yeah, I'm gay. Okay.
Ooh.
Just okay? Yeah, okay." Nothing more, and I'm like, "Well, are you gonna try to hit on me?" And he goes, "No." Kind of looked a little offended, but looked less offended he looked less offended as the conversation goes on. Please note this is in your mind. It wasn't that like major offended thing. Well, he kind of looks offended and a little bit confused about how I said, "Well, are you trying to date me?" "No." "Well, then okay, you're gay. I don't." And he goes, "So that's it?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm straight. You're gay. You're not gonna try and hit on me, even though I'm straight. You're not gonna try and flirt with me. What the fuck?" And again, this is my exact words. "What the fuck do I care?" Like, good for you, man. I guess. I don't really know. I mean, if he causes, but that's the best I got. And those were my exact words to him. Sure, more power. I guess the best thing I can say for you, man, is more power to you. I'm straight. That's all there is to it. I got nothing else to say. Because, I didn't care. I wasn't offended. I wasn't hateful. I didn't give two fucks. Again, I'm from Florida. We have a bad habit of not giving a fuck half the time about most things. Yes, there are parts of Florida that are hateful, but it's not just anything. The best way to describe Florida is discrimination is very thriving in Florida. But it's not just against this. It's not just against that. I grew up in a place that turned out, and had a lot of trauma and stuff about, people with very specific it wasn't mental disabilities. They were like psychological, psychosis-based stuff. They were very, very hateful to psychosis-based people. So, example, I grew up in a school. I won't say when, I won't say how old I was. It's over and done with. But I was young. I was really young. And they knew everything about me that disability breaks down. They knew I was eccentric. They knew I changed moods constantly. Like I was, all over the place. They knew I was super hyperactive and full of energy. They knew all this stuff, right? All of these things can also be found in people who are bipolar and ADHD. They didn't have a problem with ADHD, they had a problem with bipolar, but nothing about what they knew about me changed when it got labeled bipolar. But my best friends, people who were true friends, people who, you know, when I was physically in trouble, in danger, came to stand up and fight with me, even though it just meant that all of our asses were getting beaten now. Because there was no winning this fight. It didn't help at all. It didn't change the outcome. It didn't do me any favors. But they weren't just going to stand by and let me be alone. These are true friends. This broke my concept of friendship as a kid. I'm not trauma dumping. This is just a story nowadays. It makes me who I am. I honestly would be scared to change it because I don't know who I would be, and I don't know if I'd be happier, and I like who I am now. So it's part of the facts. It's part of how things came to me. It was a negative experience that led to what I like that negative experience which made the positive me today. Sometimes bad, you know, like when and where stuff. Anywho. Basically, what kills us, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger a lot of the times. And so that's kind of part of it. So don't get me wrong, I'm not looking to feel sorry for her. I don't even know if I would change what happens or do anything different. Because I'd be afraid of the changes it would cause. Because if it changed all these things, I don't know what would happen if I know the friends I would now. And I wouldn't take the chance of changing stuff. I'm happy where I am now. But they were very violent towards me. All because the label changed. Nothing about them. They didn't learn anything new about me. What it was called changed. This is why I say, you know, I might not be a good person. I might not do stuff because it's right. I do stuff because it's selfish. I have sociopathic tendencies. The reasons I care and the main things I care about because it has to do with me, not because it's the right thing, and that is, as a friend and dealing with people, from my experience, that is far more dependable and far more reliable than people who do things because it's the right thing to do. Because we're not going to up and change on a dime because a label. And because I had bipolar people needed to get hurt. Bipolar people needed to be oppressed because they were dangerous, and it is the right thing to do. And they were, in the end, to this day, they were proud of attacking and beating the shit out of me as my people who were my true friends, the closest people to me in my life. They were proud. They would be, you know, it was the right thing to do. They were proud of it, and they'd do it again. Even if it was illegal. Even though it's illegal. They don't care. Because they do it because to them that is the right thing to do. In their eyes, in their minds, in their definition of what's right and wrong. To me, the biggest reason why I won't cheat is because it goes against the person I am, and I value who I am more than anything. It's one of the things that is the most valuable to me. More so than any relationship I've ever been in and ever will be. I'm sorry. You can't love me if I'm not me. So who I am is more important than anything that has to do with you. You can't care about me if it's not really me. So what makes me me the most matters most. I won't cheat. The main reason I won't cheat or be disloyal ever, there are plenty of reasons why, but the idea or act of doing it, the part I have the problem with the most, if it were to happen, the part that would bother me the most to my grave would be it changed who I am. I've never done it. I would never do it. you know, I could never see myself doing it. And I'm not the kind of person who could be physically disloyal, and I can't be dissuaded otherwise. And I'd be willing to keep that way, no matter what it did to me, physically. Because it's the most important thing. Then I can worry about what it would do to my relationship, how awful of a person it would be me, how much it would hurt the person I cared about. But what matters most to me is that it would change who I am. And I'm not willing to do that. You know, I take a lot of pride in that. That kind of fact, it makes me who I am. So I wouldn't do it. And this made one of my friends, who was talking with me on what ifs and hypothetical conversations, everything from superpowers to supernatural shit to morals to what if you woke up and you realized that you had done this? What if you woke up and realized that you had done that? What would have hurt you the most? What would you change? What would be your biggest issue with it? That is where we got to in the conversation. And this bothered my friend. The fact that anything that had to do with my girlfriend wasn't nearly as important to me. The why. The what would bother me the most. She didn't even become part of the equation until we hit, until after this bit. Because to me, and that's what makes me reliable, that they don't have to worry.
Better check them again.
In a hypothetical, that kind of stuff. Now, I'm not going to go too into it, but on the technical stuff, but I'd never physically cheat. I could not bring myself to physically cheat or be disloyal or stuff like that, because the biggest part that would kill me, even if I did, against my own knowledge, if I blacked out drunk, the part that would eat away at me the most is I've lost part of who I am. A very important part of who I am that I was not willing to change. Something that I felt defined me and was content with since it began to define me, and couldn't possibly fathom it not being a part of me. The idea of it not being part of me scares me. That would bother me the most. Not the damage, not the pain it would cause to the people I care about. That doesn't even come into the equation for me. That doesn't even become a factor until we've covered that. Because until we've covered getting all the ingredients, we can't start to care about what we're making the pie. We need the ingredients to make the pie, how we make the pie, what we make the pie, when we make the pie, what we use to make the pie, what temperature we cook the pie on. Doesn't matter until we have the ingredients and the tools. The rest of that shit can wait until after. It's basics. The ifs before the ands before the buts. It just makes sense. You can't worry about the damage you've done to somebody until you've covered who you are first. Because if it's not really who you are, and it's not you, then how can you say the you now? How can you worry about what the you now is done if the one who did it wasn't the you now? It's a different variation of you that you've changed. So if it changes, that's the most important thing, is who you became, then who you became did. Would you have to become that person and lose who you are now to worry about what it's done? You gotta make Frankenstein before you can feel bad about Frankenstein has to exist before the damage he's done exists.
Mm-hmm.
Is the best part. It's my whole thing with politics and how they handle gun stuff and all these debates. Why don't we solve the basic shit before we get into the complicated? Because I feel like politics pushes a lot of politics, and the reason I don't get into it is they push stuff. They skip ahead. They don't even cover the basic shit before they start arguing the complicated shit. Example, do something, gun laws, and this is the reason why, because it puts children in danger. Well, then address the thing everyone can agree on. Make progress before you get, and change the things that every single individual can agree on unanimously. What's one thing that you can change when it comes to guns laws? What's something every single person in every single political party can agree on? Well, kids shouldn't have guns. There should not be school shootings. This is bad. Everybody can agree on this fact, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Rag, you're gonna be my co-host for this conversation.
Yes, I agree with you.
I don't think. Do you think any political party disagrees with this?
No.
So,
not except for the Guns for Kids party that flunked out
does it again?
back in the 80s.
So here's the thing, right? If we're gonna discuss before we discuss what kind of guns are acceptable, what kind of licenses, who can sell what, how about we handle and get to the part that we change? Kids are still having guns. It's still way too much. Let's handle that. Let's do that first. We'll make progress. Nobody can disagree. So it's not a opinion-based change. It is a fact. Kids should not have guns. Kids should not be shooting up schools. It is still an active problem, way past the point where it should be. Well, how do the kids get the guns?
There are two
Let's deal with the
possibilities.
consequences. And this, now, understand that my biggest part of this is that I'm coming up with, as somebody who's not a politician, I understand this, but this is going to be my point later, that I'm not a politician and I can come up with basic stuff. And the fact that I can come up with this solution that nobody can really disagree with, that you can then turn and fine-tune, we're going to address all the minor things in the debate topics. So we're going to, what I'm doing is I'm giving an example of a parties coming to a unanimous agreement before they get into the fine-tuning. They do take some action that everyone can get behind and support before they change the things that are opinion-based. Like, what kind of gun should be legal? Oh, well, I don't believe this. Oh, well, I believe this. Or I believe, the semantics. We're going to cover the basics before we cover the semantics. It's the obvious thing to do. But politicians won't do it. And I'm proving it now. Okay. So, kids shouldn't have guns. It's already illegal. Kids are getting guns. It's not rectifying. It's not getting better. What's the best, and as somebody who's the best way to solve this, as somebody who's not a politician, as somebody who's not well versed in this stuff, as somebody who doesn't know all the legal stuff, I can come to this conclusion. This is a conclusion I can come to. So if I can come up with this, as a politician, as a legal person, you should be able to come up with something, a basic agreement grounds better. If you stop fighting for 5 seconds to deal with the shit, then, I'm not telling the parties to stop fighting, just fix the simple shit before you fight. You want to make progress, everyone be happy, let's agree to that, we can come down to that. You think that's impossible? Me and my friends have had fights where we turned around and none of us were happy with the solution, and we said, let's just pretend this never happened. And we did. And all it took was the balls to do it. The balls to propose it. And nobody disagreed because nobody was happy with the way things were. So, we're gonna, there's the whole, oh, well, where are they getting them from? Well, one place they're getting them from is people who, you know, got guns through the legal means to give to people who shouldn't have them.
Yeah.
Where did they get those from?
Black market.
Gun shops.
Or gun shops, yeah.
Well, no, the most common thing would be gun shops.
Right.
People get it from the black market, but that doesn't usually end up in the hands of children. Children don't typically get connected to, so it comes from gun shops. Good point, because I was actually going to bring that up as a thing. So the most common point is gun shops. Well, what does that mean? Inevitably, gun shops sell to people who are responsible for putting them in the hands of kids. What's the best thing to do? Okay, well, legally create a system to determine where the guns came from. Now, we could just give it as a, you know, oh, well, creating a system costs money. Okay, well, let's not create a system. The police handle shit like this already, right? Yeah, okay, cool. What if we create a protocol? Something that police will do. Okay. Protocol. What are we going to create as a protocol? Well, you shouldn't be selling to people who should sell it poorly, so first step would be tracking it back to where did the gun that the kid got come from, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how would you deter things? Well, create a reason, a drive for it not to happen. Make the people who distribute the goods, both the people who do it intentionally and both the people who do it businessly, not want to do it anymore. That's the fastest way to make somebody stop doing something, is to make them not want to make it not worth it. Okay, cool. We're gonna go with this approach. We don't want them to. We want them to feel like it's not worth it. Oh well, you can't be too harsh because you can't ruin businesses. Okay, well we'll find a way to not, to let businesses thrive, to not put people down for good, but at the same time, okay, well we should probably come up with something that makes them fix it. Okay, cool. So we'll come up with a reason that they don't want to do it, because the repercussions of them rectifying and, repairing the damage as much as possible. Okay, cool. Well, there's the financial things. Financial can grab 8. Okay, so we'll come up with a financial reason. You track the guns back. You make the people who distribute the goods. There's the people who do it illegally. Well, they're going to get time, because they're not a business. Cool, they can get time. We'll decide on how much time and fine-tune it later. Cool, okay. This is a hypothetical conversation between the two parties.
Yep. I can hear that.
Because it's illegal to sell things or hand. Okay, cool. We're going to increase the time that you can spend. Well, the gun places need to be responsible. Okay, the gun places need to be responsible. I mean, it's who they sell them to. Okay, so if they didn't follow proper protocol or proper things we create, saying, you can't sell to this person, or whatnot, or you didn't do a well, how do you know if the person they sold to was wrong? Well, if they didn't have a good background, then they shouldn't have been sold to, and a lot of them don't have good backgrounds. Okay,
yeah.
Well, then if they did, a lot of companies don't do proper background checks. Okay, we're going to make them want to do background checks. Well, Florida is very loose, and they don't care about other states' things. Okay. Then we'll legally, as a business, or as an owner of a business, even if you're the only person in the business, you'll be obligated to rectify things. It'll be a fine. Okay. It's going to be but fines aren't really that big of a thing for a business. We're going to make it a drastic fine. Well, you can't put the business out of business. Okay. Then we'll make them pay it back through a almost taxes-based system. Okay, that sounds good, yeah. Everyone can agree increasing their taxes over an extended period of time. So we're going to penalize them a extremely large sum and put a mark on their system so that if they do it too many times. And see, all of this could be progress we make before we deal with, are automatic weapons allowed? Or, well, they have licenses. Well, Nobody should be having this. Well, some people like shooting this, and some people are responsible. And instead of arguing the bullshit things, you could be doing serious changes.
Yeah, true.
So in the summary of it, I'll fine-tune. Create a system with the police, track it back through labels and things.
That's what the serial numbers for on the guns.
Give the people time, heavy probation, and heavy fines who bought from businesses to distribute to kids. Or distribute to people who... and hit any hands that it's passed. The more deliberate it being in the kids, the more time that person gets. So, if it went through 5 sets of hands, the last set of hands should get serious damage. Because you kind of are the reason the kid had the gun in the first place. Oh, well, what if it's a parent? Oh, well, then they auto lose custody. One thing a parent could do, because parents are only parents because they didn't want to put the kid for adoption. Look, step 1, auto lose custody. Step 2, fines. Step 3, possible time. Major possible time. Step 4.
Let's say the kid stole the gun.
Step 4, not just fines to the school and everything, but make the parent, over time, create compensation to the families that lost children. Possibly hit them with a dumbed down per person accessory to murder kind of thing, like, accomplice to involuntary, like that kind of thing. Hit them with a adjusted murder charge, because essentially they've now they are part of the reason the homicide happened.
Mm-hmm.
They put and simple things politics could be doing, but people just want to argue too much about the finer details that people don't agree on before they handle the easy shit that everybody agrees on. And they'd rather risk getting nowhere and get nowhere than deal with the fucking problems.
Yeah.
That everyone enjoys having it dealt with. So, simple shit. Businesses. Make the businesses pay a lot of stuff back over time. No business is going to want to, for a $20 or $50 or even a $200 thing, risk a $2,500 fucking fine. And I mean, this is just throwing a random number out. It probably might be bigger. Might be smaller, might be bigger. That's a lot of money for a $50 or $100, and even a $200 charge, yeah?
Yep.
Profit? You're not going to risk several thousand for a $200 profit. You're going to do your proper background checks, yeah? If it's proved that you didn't do background check, you could risk major fines. And possible shutdown and possible suspension. And if it happens too much, create a point where there's definite suspension. Come up with an agreement point that everybody can agree on, and then agree to adjust from there and debate from there. And boom, suddenly school shootings go down. Why? Because it's not like kids, walk around and have connections to get guns. Somebody's put that gun in the kid's hands.
Yep.
Essentially. Kids don't just, get a hold of this shit willy-nilly.
Yeah,
Somebody's caused them to get a hold of it. The kid has either talked somebody into it, but essentially it is somebody else's responsibility, as opposed to an adult who can convince another adult to go buy something, and, who could technically buy it and trick another adult into thinking they're just running an errand on your behalf, and not paying attention to the fact, and not checking to see if you do or don't have a license. Kids just don't end up with these things. So it's an easy enough problem to deal with. Kids don't, again, getting a gun illegally. Kids don't have access to the black fucking market, typically speaking. I mean, it's not impossible, but kids don't have, you know, it's a problem that, that's why I used it, because it's a very simple fucking problem. Everybody can agree it's a problem. Everybody can agree on everything about the problem, but politics won't fucking address it. They'd rather argue about what kind of fire alarm should be allowed, you know. Oh, well, you know, there was they sit there and they cry about school shootings, but then argue about what kind of type of firearms should, you know, should or should not be allowed with certain licenses, and rather get nowhere and make no fucking changes. That doesn't better our situation. That doesn't make kids less victims. That doesn't solve the problem that the families are losing children because the children are getting shot at school. None of that helps anything. It's a stupid thing. Deal with the ifs before the ands, before the buts. Simple shit. Basics.
But they also
Witty.
don't decide to
Hydrated.
think about the how.
Yeah. It's not a hard problem to fix.
Like,
Or to make serious progress on. Org, I took some of your storage foods, but I just made you a bunch.
we already understand
So,
the who, and
I filled stuff up to fix the
everything.
problem, and then I made excessive amounts, so now I just am putting more back into your storage thing. So sometimes I might take from your snack bar, but I'll eventually put more in than I've taken. I put extra stuff in, like now you have 2 stacks of jerky, honey jerky, when I took honey jerky, and now you have almost an entirely full stack of the exotic feast. And I even brought you, while I was at it, built more than what I needed for the savory feast. And so you have like 30 of those in there too. Might as well. Oh, I put the dried meat in there. I need to make more. I'm not going to take that out of your locker. Even though I just put it in. Because I got plenty of it. It's easy to make. Yeah. Essentially, think of it as an NQ crafting for multiple things for free. Yeah, lose 5 now, but essentially you're getting 10. But it's basic things, guys. Basic things, and if society bothered to give a fucking shit, they could address this. It's not something that is out of reach or out of reason. It makes no sense that we haven't addressed this. Other than we're incompetent. We're incompetent. We'd rather fight about stupid shit than address something that everybody agrees on. We'd rather argue about things that are opinion-based. And when I hear somebody constantly complain about, you know, and all they have to say on the firearms, and just know that when I hear somebody complain and only have the point on firearms, what firearms should be allowed, what firearms shouldn't, and I point out my point of view, and they kind of ignore it, just know I think what I'm thinking when you brush my comment aside is you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, but if you can't agree that simple shit should be handled, and things that, yeah, I get it, your opinion, and it may or may not be correct. But you know, my opinion, which, wait, 4, 8, 12, 16, 24. I had to count something. I put the right amount of something in there. But if you're not willing to handle, and you're going to be as dumb as politics, and I think the politics is dumb, because politics won't do this, and you brushed my comment off. And I feel like you just ignored it as opposed to actually agreeing with it, then just know I think you're kind of dumb. Right. We need to be more careful who we elect into office. And jobs. And I think there should be... I think there should be a legal system on... or a consequence system that reinforces if a politician does something that they can't legally do, and you... Because they can't just... Look, if I decided to walk into the Oval Office, because as a politician, I am a voter. Or a non-voter, technically speaking. Let's just, for the hypothetical, assume that I'm a voter. Or somebody who's run... Let's take somebody... Let's pretend like I'm somebody who's run for a mayor office, right? If I walked into the fucking mayor's office, and made an appointment to speak to Congress, hypothetically, I know this is out there, and I go to Congress, and I say, we're gonna bomb Russia. I can't make that happen. But remember, politics all the time, do shit, they aren't typically, and this is, so remember, I'm making a point here. And I know somebody who will lose you your job if you don't fucking do it. Because that's what it ties down to. Either it ties down to somebody's done it because they support you, and they don't have the legal power to do it anyway, and they do it anyway, letting you do it, even though you're not supposed to. Whether it's because they want to, or it's because they lost their job. If I asked somebody random, it was like, you're gonna lose your job if you don't do this. You do it. There needs to be serious consequences. Otherwise, why did we not have this in place? We have all these rules and things you can't do, but we have nothing to enforce it? Because we turn around and we see politicians fucking doing shit they can't do. You can't do something you can't do. Which means legally you can't do it, but somehow you're capable of pulling it off anyway. And there needs to be repercussions. There needs to be a system there. Why don't we have a system there? I don't understand why we don't have a system that addresses this. Oh, well, you did this, that you weren't supposed to do this, so you need to... I don't fucking know, but you know what? Let's just be extreme here. You're a fucking enemy of the state, you're a traitor, or you get deported, or you lose your American citizenship. If you do something, and it's shown that you... And it should get investigated. It should be proved whether you did this or didn't do this. It should be proved whether or not people tried to hide these actions, and if you find that hide actions, it should be increased. And there should be extreme repercussions, because politicians shouldn't be doing shit they're not allowed to do. Oh no, well that's a bit excessive. Well, it affected the entire fucking country. I don't think it's excessive to... Honestly speaking, I don't think sending an individual to get tortured is excessive if the damage you've done screws the entire country. You're one person, you fucked the entirety of our country. Maybe you should, if you thought this was extreme, maybe you should have thought about that before you did shit you shouldn't be doing. Watch your brain stat. And the system needs to prove they did it. So they can't just have people saying, oh, well, you did this, and not proving it. Because that would also be very dangerous. Because then you'd have to be afraid to do anything. And we get nothing done. So maybe we should address the shit that people are doing that he can't do. And no, I'm not just saying that because of our current president. I've been thinking this for fucking years. Obama, Bush, everything. Anyone who's ever been elected. I think there should be serious repercussions. For anything any politician does that they can't legally do. And they do it anyway, then everyone involved needs to have serious repercussions. And the more people it affects, the bigger the repercussions need to be. I'm sorry. And any attempt to hide it needs to skyrocket the repercussions. Needs to take them to a halt. Like, you need to make people not want to do it, I'll do it because I can get away with it and hide it. If there's any record of you attempting to do that, and still record of you doing it, then you need to get nailed for it hard. You need to get punished bad. So bad that you'd never think of, and it needs to be proven. Not that he said, she said stuff. Not witnesses, like actual proof. Real proof. In the situation, because it's a real big deal. And I think the more proof there is, the more solid. So like if you can kind of prove and make it like there's no other suspects, there's this supporting this, but it doesn't completely prove it, but there's no other thing, and it's almost possible, it's almost guaranteed that you're the one who did it. As opposed to, it's obvious, there's this, it shows you did this on camera, kind of like that stuff. The more heavily it's proven,
I never wanted to be here.
the more of the entirety of the punishment you get. And again, that's why we lead with an extreme punishment. And something that's dulled down enough that can escalate the more you try to hide it. There needs to be clear levels of shit. Like the different types of ways to hide it, the redirection, everything. Because we can't have a government who that doesn't function the way it needs to. That doesn't make any sense. Why do we have people doing things in the government they can't do? It doesn't seem logical. There needs to be punishments. Why aren't there punishments? If somebody doesn't get punished and it proves, then the people who neglected to punish them should also get extreme punishments. Because if you purposefully didn't do anything so you can let this person get away with it, you risk these level punishments, and you risk basically being on accomplice level. And I mean, that's again why the punishments need to be extreme. Politicians need to go, no, I'm not doing that. Have you seen what happens if you get caught doing this? Yeah, I'm not doing that. It's absurd. And here's the question, how are people doing this? Excuses are not excuses. It doesn't matter. If you can't do it, you can't do it, and you shouldn't be doing it. Period.
For example, you can hear shells through my headset with my headset down. No, right now he's not talking.
Yeah, but
I didn't hear him through your headset.
Okay, I can hear shells through my headset when Shells is talking. No.
that was random.
When my headset is down, like right here, and I can still hear Shells talking,
And political people need to be.
Now he talks.
Yeah, political. See, I can hear me too.
Now I can hear you.
Political people need to be held for things that they
So
aren't allowed to do.
you can hear Shells right now talking through my headset,
Yeah.
and my headset is down. You can't understand what he's saying,
So
but you can hear him. And my headset is down on the bed. Here's my point.
blah blah. blah
Earlier,
blah, blah.
my headset was on my head, both earmuffs on my ears. Shells was telling a story, and I couldn't focus on what he was trying to ask me because their music was so goddamn loud. I could hear it over my headset and over my TV.
That's bad.
It's very bad because then we'll take it as a challenge to speak louder.
No. That's
Sorry, Shells. I wasn't trying to throw you under a bus. I was making a point to Kyle because Kyle was like, wait, you called the cops because they were blasting Breaking Benjamin? Yes, I called the cops because they were blasting Breaking Benjamin because I could hear their song over what you were trying to ask me. That's when I told you.
The decibels of the noise were beyond what's legal.
Right, and that's when I said, I'll be back. And I haven't been back since because I called Lisa after I called the cops. Because I need to apologize to her for not answering yesterday. And then I found out AJ got a vehicle, and she's been running the road, so Joe dumped her. I saw that coming. Who else saw that coming? I saw that coming.
What?
AJ, the little 19-year-old that was dating the 60-something-year-old, he broke up with her because she was running the fucking roads. After she got her little vehicle. Guess where she's living now?
Where?
With Joe and CJ.
Joey's?
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid.
But she's constantly running around with people that live on the other side of Edna who do dope. She's constantly around
Why did he break up with her?
because she has not been home. She hasn't been home since she got that vehicle.
So because she wasn't around her.
Yes. I told you. He was a fucking pedophile. Not her. He was.
Yeah.
She's been pedophile behavior, and he was grooming her. And now that she got the vehicle, she's got freedom. And she's gonna lose that job, too.
Which job?
Her job.
What job is her job?
Waffle House next door. Which, she's probably at work right now, but still.
I don't understand why she's gonna lose it, but she's doing dope or.
She's never held a job for longer than 2 weeks. This is the longest job she's ever held. If I hear their music one more time, I'm getting your speaker and I'm blasting mine.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy
If they can blast their music, I can blast mine.
That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
All's fair in love and war. Get ready, because we're having a war. I went off on one fucking ginormous.
My playlist is bipolar, and it's not called bipolarness for a playlist. It's called polygamorous. You are polygamorous.
That's actually the name of a song.
1,000.
No, see, bipolar would mean that y'all's playlist goes from two different genres. Your playlist is like mine. It goes through several different genres.
Mine
Yes, but not just two. Bi is two.
depends on my playlist, but yeah.
Bi is two. Yours goes through several different playlists in under an hour. That's called polygamorous.
I like the jammers. Now I get it. Because it's jamming.
Such a pretty sight.
Sorry, Anna taught me polyamorous, and
Crowded with glittering gold.
oh, he says having a playlist is bipolar is cool. Polyamorous is not.
No, no, no. Saying that. I'm saying the name.
Polyamorous.
Bipolar sounds cool.
So wait, what's the difference between bipolar and
That is what I'm
polyamorous?
Bipolar is just two. Bi means two.
Word. Like,
Uh,
Bipolar is two. Poly is
so wait,
many.
what does bipolar actually boil down to meaning?
Bipolar is two personalities. Or two moods.
Fine harvest of rich.
Which is bullshit because bipolar people do have way more than 2 moods. I can speak, I'm bipolar. We have more than 2 extremes.
Could you have been any more louder when you pounded on my door? And shouted to everyone that I'm a fat ass? I don't want to shut up.
Yes, yes, the books are balanced. Some collected.
Yeah, well, bite me.
Nom 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 nom.
Impressive, but we can always
Flame's gonna get mad at you. Hey, Sassy, you're not gonna play my game for me.
How's Flames gonna get mad at me? All I'm doing is numbing.
You're numbing on me.
I'm not cheating.
Shells is numbing on me.
When did Hippie become Wolf's chew toy?
Hold on.
One hippie said, or one mag said, bite me. She literally asked for it.
Really good.
There we go.
1,700 and 1,007.
Matt's over here like, hold my beer.
I like the three one.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers, graved with glittering.
I haven't watched Yellowstone yet, but I watched the two shows. And
9 harvest of riches. Very fine indeed.
I've seen all of her names. I want to watch it.
Seven hundred and 1,700 and rat.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe hey. I mean, I want that. Sometime this week, on your own terms.
Impressive.
Surge.
We play off, is it? I used to.
Or come play with me, I'm bored.
Yes, the books.
Alright, well, sticks a bunch of metal on
Steve
me
is
and goes
not
dancing
dead,
in the rain. I'm about to become Electro, bitches. Bro, how mad do you think Mags would be if I did that? Ah.
They're like $5. One of us may have an HDMI.
I have like 4. I'm helping.
Um,
Such a pretty sight.
Mags over here like, this piece of shit.
Covered with glittering gold.
We used to have individual boxes in our room, and they had HDMI cables. I don't know if he took.
I have a ton of those. Supposed to get this done.
A fine hull.
There we go. I need like 63 more seats than that. But how many more seats do I have? There's 44. E19. Oh shit. Well, I definitely have it. I'm gonna take half of this.
Alright.
Alright, need to make minutes.
I don't need to now.
So, as you know,
I'll make 40 bitter tea.
treating all of their
Need to make water.
booty customers.
We'll just have to make do with what I got.
$1,700
Merp.
Uh-oh, Merpidios.
Ooh.
Impressive.
I pulled my Dragus single spaghetti-o.
Get the guns out of here.
Well, that's some food.
That
It's
is
old
just
and uncooked.
Never mind. It's blacked on Work's face.
Shit, how many of these?
Spaghetti was just splats on Work's face for no apparent reason.
186 seeds I just put in this thing.
Why do you always have to release a collection when I'm broke?
I get 25 of those.
Oh, here's hoping I don't die.
What's that left? Oh no! He's coming for me! Wog is coming for me! He's gonna eat my pizza. Help!
Problem is the door. Keychain has. Any keychains with that? Not safe for your. I remember when they all moved.
Harvest riches.
I don't usually go away from Australia. I thought you still did.
700 and 1,700 and
I'm back. Word, you let the crab go bad, by the way. I told you to take it out of the bonfire and put it in your freaking fridge. I actually, I promise you. You might not have heard me, but I remember explicitly saying it at least 3 times. Meanwhile, you kind of look like la 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 la. You seem to very much be not paying attention, but I couldn't. After the 3rd time, I kind of was like, you know, that I counted. Now, there's a very good chance I said it more than 3 times, but I remember 3 times that I counted saying it, and you took the shrimp or something and ran off.
Oh.
After standing
Oh,
I can't say with a solid fact that your connection was great. I can say for a solid fact I did take it sometimes. And I don't give a shit. I mean, as opposed to holding you accountable, honestly, I'd rather just fucking take a bunch of crap out and cook like, maybe like, fuck it, I'd rather take 25 crab out, throw a bunch of fucking grubs in when the thing is finally full, and give you like 3 times the, easily, well over 3 times the amount than to fucking go get into it, to cry about it or anything, that bullshit. I was just stating a fact. I salvaged 1 crab. And it is in your stuff. I just took the putrid meat and was like, I could have stuffed it in the compost bin, so...
Don't tell me you ate it.
No, I put the putrid meat in and I put your thing away. No, because there was actually use for it, and the compost bin was like right behind it, so I'm not gonna like, not take advantage of that. But yeah. I also made boxes to put crafting materials for each of the ballistas and stuff in. And ballista ammo does not go in the artillery bin. It cannot be put in there, sadly. There we go. Take these. I do fill the people upstairs. I'm not gonna constantly fill everyone's food up, but every so often I like to give all the followers dried food.
One.
And make sure everyone has it. Dried meat. It also is a good way to tell who I've given it to at all. And I do, because I'm so on top of this kind of shit, and I build excessive stuff, I actually don't have any
Riches.
real problem.
Fine indeed.
I don't have nearly as much problem with anybody. Example, so like craft followers, and maybe sometimes followers will walk away and wander, and you'll lose them. I can't find them. That is a problem they've been having, and that's why, like, I'm still not completely put all the crafters down. But, basically, the short and long of it is, part of the reason why I haven't really suffered any of that yet, is because everything that was the solution to the problem, like, I've had people say, oh, well, they don't do that if you have a fireplace and a bed and places for them to sit, and I so excessively have all of that good shit
Impressive.
that they've never had a problem.
Always add more to the pile.
So it really helps to be excessive and over, like, on top of all that shit. Even if it's promotion, like, or just flavor text, like my followers are fed. But you don't have to feed them. But my followers are fed. They are happy. They're not happy, they're AI. They don't give two shits. They don't have a happy bar. But they're happy. Having food makes one happy, therefore they are happy. They don't care whether they have food. It doesn't matter to the follower. Well, if they get attacked, they can heal. Yeah, that's the only thing positive about that. But they're happy. They're not happy. They're happy. I'm not gonna say not having the food makes them unhappy, but having the food doesn't make them happy. They're happy. Okay, your followers are happy. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Is basically a nutshell. Alright, here we go. I got these. Fill this up.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and papers.
But it's nice because I always have stuff. Oh, I'm low on plant fiber. Let's use some of this. Betty by time, yay! Oh, good nap. Work. Did you hear how quick that nap was? Betty by time, yay!
Always add more to the
Yeah, so like the followers were missing 4 meat, right? Like a lot of the followers are missing anywhere from like 4 to 8 meat, right? This one's missing like 12.
1,700 and
But I just went through almost all my, and I ran out of meat. But because I went through all my followers, and I had like almost 3 stacks. I had like 2 full stacks in that.
Goodbye.
Even though being on top of shit also means that I don't have to make complete absurd amounts of meat.
a fine.
Which is nice. Because that, when you have like 30, 40, 50 followers, that just under 10 really fucking adds up. That becomes a lot.
1,700 and
Alright, there we go.
1,700 and rat.
Oh, I wonder how long this stays good for. Warg, I have a question.
Uh huh.
Do you want some bitter tea?
Bitter tea?
In your snack fridge? Bitter tea in your snack fridge.
Sure.
Do you care? Do you actually give two shits?
No.
Okay, then I'm not gonna transport it.
Yes, the books are balanced. Some selected, everything adds up.
Let me see what it does.
Better check them
I don't think it adds any effect, it just quenches your thirst. Yeah. It doesn't actually have effects. Then I'd have to worry about how quickly I go where. Plus there's like 15 other things I could kill your shit with, but not the bitter tea. Like I could make you fucking juices and shit. I mean, I could make you alcohol, but I tend to want to try and actually make you useful shit. I could make you useful alcohol, but again, it's harmful as well. And the odds of you actually using it. The odds of you actually eating fucking food is not as low. I'm over here, I've been crafting steel and shit. I'm building up my steel supply. Yeah, let's go. I made like a ton of steel fire. It's still crafting a bunch. There we go. There we go, I can make 259 more steel. I'm gonna fill that up a bunch before I do anything. Alright, so let's take... What is it? This 149 and then put it here. And then take this. So that has one, so that place is still down. So put that there. There we go. I'm making so much steel. And I got stacks of fucking iron, so it's not a big deal. Fucking and I can use that steel to fill up some stuff. Like this craft bench and that craft bench.
1,700.
Oh my god, I ripped ass and Jesus Christ does it smell. Oh my god, who shit a rotten egg out of their ass and then ate it, shat it out again, and then mixed it with skunk perfume? Oh, that would be my own asshole? Shit. I like using my well. First of all, let's fill my drinking water thingy. And then, let's fill as many of these as we can. Alright, we got one set of them. And, you know what? I'm not even going to go to the river to finish it. I'm just going to hold on to this, because I like using my well. Go. We'll cap that out. So we can water to replace it. Because we need to wait like 40.
That was funny.
No, that was not funny. It smells
Ah.
so bad.
Not your fart, dumbass. One of the nomads was running on a steel plate and it was traveling underneath their feet. I recorded it.
That's kind of funny. Is it made of poop? There we go, we got those. I need to get more yod trimmings. Alright, Ward, do you
That's the one.
want to give a guess to what the yod trimmings were in the Simpson movies that they were done? Not the yard trimmings, the yod trimmings. I'm copying a very specific character's accent for this. You want to know what it is? Because this is the random shit that I fucking memorized. You ready? It was a dead body.
Oh.
The yard trimmings was a dead body.
Oh, lovely.
It was the mafia guy
Tidy
from The Simpsons.
Oh.
glittering.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ, stop it! Asshole, put a plug in it. My characters. The yard trimmings. Fuck it, I'm just gonna put all those in there. Suck a do hole up.
Yes, yes, the books are balanced. Sounds good.
Away for the yard swimming! Ah! Ah, here we go. I forget what I was using. Jesus Christ, Ward. Tell Finn to stop coughing in my face. Man, what the fuck? Oh shit, Finn turned into a pterodactyl. Everybody run! It's the Flintstones all over again. If you don't get out of the way, he'll poop on you. Aerial dive bombing. I feel like if you change one simple thing in a movie,
Uh-huh.
you could completely derail the love for a character.
Right.
Want a good example?
Sure.
Ariel. You know how she collected stuff from humans? Instead of collecting human junk from sunk ships and saving people, instead of that, what if she just saved people but took their feet? Suddenly, this makes an entirely different character.
The books.
All you did was change one of their actions. They still saved the people, they just took their feet. Like the whole foot. Cut it right off. Fixed it up. And they saved them. All of a sudden we have monster. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Takes one little action can change the world. My fate! Oh my god! How am I supposed to kick ass now? I don't go. Every time I be like, I kicked your ass! I can beat the shit out of someone in a fight, be like, I kicked your ass! They'll be like, ha, no you didn't, you have no feet. And I beat them up again, but it doesn't change the fact I have no feet!
1,700.
Yeah. I mean, that would be pretty bad, because, like, coming out of a fight, the other party would still be like, but you got no feet. I could lose a fight horribly to somebody who beat the shit out of me and kicked my royal ass. But the ending comment would still always be, you have no feet. I'm gonna throw these bullets away.
Shit.
Yeah, but you have no feet. Yeah, but you have no feet.
How do I fucking...
I love how this has become a trend, but it's fucking stupid. Like,
Right.
it's pretty goddamn dumb.
But we can always add more to the pie.
I'm gonna start taking these and put it in the thing. Because they're just gonna fill up with weight. Well, I've managed to get this whole barrel full of plants done.
Nice.
Alright, let me see what I'm missing for creature skins. I need... Oh, I still need rhino hide, and I need elk. I know I need elk. But I forgot, I didn't realize I needed rhino hide. Oh, there's one thing I'm missing here, and that's but that's like lotus-based stuff. I'm doing the flower flowers. The flower power, yay! Ugh. Remember how I always needed cactuses?
Yeah.
I realized something. Or not cactuses, wood.
Uh-huh.
I realized something. I could have been mining cactuses for wood. I could have gone throughout the desert, and I could have filled up the bugs, but now I actually have to mine the cactuses for wood, but I don't actually need the wood anymore. But I need the bugs. I could use the... no, I can't use the bark, because I keep throwing that out, because I mined so many fucking trees that there was no way to burn enough shit. Because then I'd have to use the wood. But I needed the wood. So I just kept throwing the fucking shit out like, Yeah, it's funny, because the shit you used to need is now the shit you don't need. Used to be like, I could never have enough of this, there's no way I wouldn't, and then you build an entire floor and you're like, oh. This material I can never have enough of.
Right.
The hell? Look,
I could never
read
end
that
up
part
needing this
up. I'm
anymore.
supposed to get a whole bunch
If
of
I
them.
kept all of that shit, I would never need it again.
Right.
What did I do? I threw it all on the ground.
Damn.
Oh, why? Because you were over encumbered? No, because I had several fucking dozen stacks of it. I had like 24 fucking stacks of fucking bark.
Damn.
I'd have to build a whole fucking chest for that shit, and I'm not gonna fucking go buy the materials to get. Then I'd be mining everything to get everything to store everything. Nah, I'm good.
Nah, bro. I'm good.
Grandpa, they're mourning me again. Why are they revealing themselves in public? That's so indecent. It's a nudist beach. Why the fuck are you complaining, you little shit? No, it's the organization nudist beach. Oh. So why didn't you lead with that? There's actually an anime that the good guy organization affiliation kind of bit. The name of that their movement
Is nudist
like,
beach. Or
It's
nudist
nudist
beach.
beach.
Yeah,
Oh,
nudist
wow.
Nudist beach.
beach. I know the anime.
And it's funny because they're like, we need to figure out who the fucking people are that go against. And the guy literally, you tell us what the name of your rebels are. And he has, while stripping, goes nudist beach. And they completely, it's the whole bit where like, but I just told you.
Right.
Bit, but they don't believe him. Because it's such a fucking stupid name that it's actually slick.
Nice.
It's fucking hysterical. Alright. Well, I really only used 2 stacks. But might as well put 3 stacks in this. Here we go. That was it. It's called like kill a kill. Is it, Rag?
Yeah, it's kill or kill.
People, all anime comes from Japan. Korea over here getting offended.
Yeah. And let's not forget China.
Bro, Korea and fucking Puerto Rico often get overlooked. I shit you not.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they made solo leveling.
Not Puerto
for
Rico,
you.
Portuguese. Portugal.
Rag.
Puerto Rico,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I beat an 8 bomb by myself yesterday.
Yeah, that's okay, but she
Cool.
made it to wave 21 by herself.
And I made it to level around 21 by myself.
Nice.
Granted, I had to use the Mangler suit to actually defeat the A bomb. I still did it. I'm proud of myself.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Now you just gotta beat the A-bomb without the mangler suit.
Yeah, see, he killed me. And I used perks, but I didn't use perks. I didn't start using perks right away.
Hmm.
Like, I didn't... I waited until, like, round 15 before I started using perks.
That's usually around when I start using them.
Way to shit on her parade, Rag.
But yeah, hippie, that's
Don't
great.
worry, Mags, I said it for you.
Bro, no,
No, I... Wait, do I even use perks? I keep forgetting. I can't remember if I use perks or not half the damn time.
Have you drank? Oh my god, it's funny because, you know, Flames group, like, as she talks about the non-professionals,
Mm-hmm.
one of the lead people in that group, like, plays zombies all the time, and I, like, explained the concept of perks to him for the first time. He had no fucking idea they were a thing in the game. I'm like, how have you been playing this for fucking seasons and not known perks exist? You've never ran by a fucking soda machine, randomly drank it, looked down and tried to figure out what the fuck's at the bottom of your screen?
Have fun with your new neighbor.
No. I don't want their neighbors to suck.
Kyle was walking out and I told him to have fun with his new neighbor. Since apparently now AJ is living next door.
Oh, lovely.
Oh,
what I was on
boy.
Yeah. She's living next door. Her and Joe broke up.
Because she couldn't be controlled anymore.
Yep. She couldn't be controlled anymore.
Was
She
she
was a
ever
heretic, so
controlled?
he divorced her.
Yes, she was
No.
controlled. Because she was dating him.
A groomer. Let's be real, she wasn't dating shit.
Touche.
I love that. Mags doesn't even deny it. She's like, technically.
Yeah.
I forgot I have these fountains that also create water that I can
I know I can use perks, but I keep forgetting to use them.
Puts a perk, tree in your bum hole. Was an entire soda can up, I'd be bad.
Ah!
Sounds collected.
Oh my god, you know what that reminds me
I'm
of?
farting out Nuka-Cola!
You know Riptide Rag?
Yes, I know that little
You know what I
shit.
mean? I don't remember if Riptide posted this in my club, NSFW, or if he just flat out sent it to me. But you know what meme he sent to me, Warg? The meme that I sent you way back then is going to make so much more sense why I had it now. You ready for this, Rag?
Yeah.
It's 2 monster cans. And like the background to all of this is
We're in a
pink.
fanboy's asshole.
I can't wait to give somebody the energy they need to get through the day. Dude, we're at a femboy's ass.
Yep, that's Riptide in a nutshell.
I'm
With
like,
those memes.
I love sending it to people just to fuck with them. You wanna see something really fucking weird? Here you go. Why do you have this? Because I know people who are fucked up in the head. Because I have no standards for friends. It it is very hard to be somebody I couldn't be friends with. You have to be someone who has the capacity to literally make me hate you without trying, without even realizing you're doing it. That is the only way
I try
to
to
not
make
have
people
the
hate
capacity
me.
to be
That's
my
the
friend.
stupid part.
Yeah, but no, to not have the capacity for me to like you is different. To not, I have the potential to be friends with anybody. The potential, mind you. Keyword potential. Nobody is guaranteed to be my friend. There are also people who could do anything in the world and still I don't fucking give two shits because, yeah, you tried at the wrong fucking time and you ruined your only chance. Like, but to not have the capacity to be my friend, you have to, by not on purpose and not realizing it, ruin my fun or joy or take happiness out of my life on a constant basis. That is the only way to not have the capacity. You could be the fucking scum of the earth and still have the capacity to be my friend. I know some dumb piece of shit people. Like, really bad people. I can be friends with almost anybody. Like, example, the person I knew at Neri who literally would ruin any joke anyone says if they heard it. And not do it on purpose. The most infuriating part of this all was they weren't doing it on purpose. That made it so much worse. That meant that I could not have fun when it came to making jokes if this person was around. This person did not have the capacity to be my friend. It was impossible for them to be my friend. It is never really with me. It is very hard to make it an impossible task to be my friend. It takes a lot. You have to literally be capable of unknowingly making me hate you. Because then I don't hate you if you're not doing it on purpose. I just hate being around you. This person, by the way, just to clarify, would talk about something over-related and then over-explain it anytime they've ever heard any joke. They would find the most vague or related, did what they thought was relating it, but it didn't actually relate anything. It had no fucking relation. Like, I could talk about magic cards and undead, and they would talk about fucking robot version of Digimon. This was literally something that they did. I made a fucking Magic the Gathering joke, and they fucking shat all over it. That was not an easy joke to make. That very much irritated me. It was a very, I like, the more effort that's put into a joke that is really good, the more infuriated I'll get if you fucking shit on it. Like, completely ruin it. And, like, we all started to laugh, and then we all stopped. Every single person that laughed at that joke stopped when he opened his mouth and started talking. Because we all knew the fact that he was there just ruined it. All of us saw it coming. When every single person knows the joke's going to be killed in the rooms to the point where it literally kills the joke, knowing the person is there, that's bad. Your existence kills the mood. This is the kind of person I don't have the capacity to be friends with. If you annoy me on a regular basis, like, I'm sorry, nothing against mentally challenged people, but if you're like you have a really mentally challenged, I can't stand that. It's so annoying there. I can't just have my own free space to myself because they don't understand the concept of boundaries and need to be just all over. Oh my god. It's like, it's not all of them, it's just like sometimes you run across those ones. And if you've ever met one, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't, you probably think I'm an awful person. Don't worry, I am an awful person, but probably not for the reasons you think I am. It's just, and again, I have no ill will towards them, but they just ruined my fucking mood. I'm sorry. It's literally boils down to me not having the capacity to like being around them. That's the only way you can stop me from being your friend. Not stop me from being your friend. It's the only way you can literally not be capable of being my friend. I can be friends with anybody. I just have to be incapable of being happy around you. And anybody who's ever worked goes, I know this one guy.
Yeah.
I work with him. He's fucking intolerable. And I'm sitting there going, then you know exactly what I mean when I say I have the capacity to be friends with almost anybody. And that person is the reason I'm saying almost. Is people like that. You can't do that shit to me and have me like you.
Yep. I can think of someone like that.
You can be as dumb as fucking rocks, but if you get a joke, we can be amazing friends.
A lot of jokes float over my head, but I try to understand them at least.
If you have the capacity to pick on other people, we have the capacity to be friends. I'm telling you, I have low fucking standards.
He really does.
When it comes to... I can be friends with anybody, because you know what? It's easy to be friends with anybody. My thing is, you can ruin my... I also have a very low capacity when it comes to ruining our friendships. Like, again, it has to be something you actively do. You need to, like, and I will tell you, you know, what you're doing wrong and when, and you need to, like, not care, and then it'll stop the friendship. Like, there will be no rectifying it when it gets to a certain point. First one, you need to not bring shit to my doorstep. So if you piss somebody, this sounds like a very easy thing, but if you constantly get into fights with friends, this is a problem. Now, again, seems like a very normal thing, but you have to understand I can be friends with anybody. Almost anybody. So please take that into account. There are many people you're not gonna fucking like, and you need to be okay with me being friends with anybody. So long as, and my standards is, don't fuck up my life. And fucking with my other friends fucks up my life. You can do anything. You can be any kind of person, do almost anything. And as long as it doesn't involve me, I don't care, we can still be friends. This is my concept. And you know what? It's just who I am. I'm adaptable. It's one of the many reasons why I'm nicknamed Wolf. It's because I'm so socially adaptable. I'm socially completely independent, but at the same time I'm very socially dependent. I'm every kind of thing a wolf can be. And I get the name from like everything. He knows everything about wolves. He seems like a wolf kind of guy. His favorite animal is wolves. He has so many wolf shirts. I have been nicknamed Wolf for every fucking possible reason. I met him, again, I've been named for it. I've met him, literally he was listening to a song about wolves. Or thrown to the wolves. I've been nicknamed it because I seem to be able to survive anything in any environment and still come out of it fucking kicking and unbroken. Like, I can be a total mess, but I can't be broken. Again, been named Wolf for everything under the sun. This is why eventually my name became Wolf. But you can call me anything. Almost. But you have to earn that capacity. This is why I'm so open, like, and I seem like I'm very anti, I come off very anti stuff, but you have to consider the type of person I am when you consider what I say and how I say it, and what I talk about things. Because if you just simply take into what kind of person I am and what I've been through and the shit about me, you'll understand completely how I mean things. The better you know me, the better you understand my intentions. Almost to the point where you don't even need to hear the situation. You can tell what the fight... Max has walked into so many fights where she does not have the information, and she just knows what the fight's about. You guys got into an argument about this again, didn't you? We didn't even tell you what we were arguing about. Well, yeah, what were you both doing last? We were playing games together at a party. Oh, what game were you playing? Call of Duty. What mode were you playing this? The game pissed Warg off. Warg flipped out and lashed out at you. You both got into a fight. You felt upset that Warg lashed out at you. And I'm like, how the fuck did all you knew was what we were playing last and what mode we were playing? She's done this. This is an actual fucking argument we've had together.
Yep.
She fast-forwarded it to... I didn't have to tell her anything. And the sad part is, and the part, like, I'm kind of half embarrassed about, is she could give me the solution that I should have already fucking known the answer to because I've known him longer. Just let him blow the fuck up and ignore him.
Yep.
The worst part is, this is the fucking thing I tell everybody. I'm not a hypocrite by choice. I'm a hypocrite because the reason I can give you the advice is because I'm bad at it. It's not that I'm a hypocrite. It's that I know firsthand this is something you should try to do. This is also why I don't get mad at people who can't do it. I just repeat the advice because I know, because this is advice, and I know the advice is hard to take, and I know the advice is good advice because this is advice I wish I could take. I'm not giving you the advice because I'm a hypocrite. I'm giving you the advice because I wish I could take my own fucking advice. And I am still trying. And eventually I will learn. You need to give me lots of time. There's a lot of advice on that list. She's watched me. And if you tell me, prioritize this, or if I know this is bothering you, she's been there. She's watched me literally hardcore prioritize it. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort on my part. And it wears me down. But if this is a genuine concern and going to be a problem and constantly bothers you, I know what it's like to be constantly bothered by something somebody else does and having to just put up with it. And I feel bad because you're not happy, which is going to make me not happy. And me not being happy is my biggest thing. I'm sorry. It seems sociopathic, but the reason my sociopathic tendencies are what they are is because of the ifs. You deal with the ifs before you deal with the ands, and you deal with the buts. I can't worry about you being happy until I'm happy. This is, and this might sound like, oh well, that's just like a theory way of life. It's not actually true. It is when you're bipolar. Because firsthand, I have stopped going. I've developed a habit once. I did not go to movies because I was afraid that if I didn't enjoy the movie, I literally ruined. And this is something that happened. I did it, and I was afraid because it's actually been a concern. I would ruin everyone else's time. I would not like the movie, I would be miserable, and everyone else would be miserable because I went and I was miserable. And I couldn't take making everyone else upset. Eventually I learned I just needed to be happy. If I'm happy, then I can worry about if everyone else enjoyed the time. And I learned that it works both ways. If somebody else is mad about something, I can focus on them being mad and not have to actually focus on me being mad. So I tend to want people with me to do something that makes it harder because I actually do better, even though it literally is going to make the task 1.5 times harder. Call of Duty is a great example of this. Because I won't get mad. Because somebody else is going to get frustrated. And all my focus goes on keeping them from being frustrated because it's going to upset me. And then I just don't get angry. And I have taken advantage of this and I have dragged people into dumb shit. But I make sure, again, if you tell me no and you don't want to do it, I'm not going to drag you into it. Because then you're going to be upset. Work is a great example of this. It's also a great example of you need to communicate. Work, no offense, but if I gave you some, like, your key thing to work on, it would be not being afraid to give negative answers. That would help a lot of your shit out. I think you would benefit a lot if you just told people, no, I have a headache. Because an example, I wouldn't bug you wondering whether or not, you know, you were just being procrastinating or, like, got caught up in stuff and forgot about shit. Like, I have no idea where you're at mentally. I'm not, your psychiatrist does, and I sure as hell fucking don't. So, like, it's like the other day, you ended up with a headache. But I had no idea you were with a headache, so I felt bad for bothering you the day before you had a headache.
You're good.
Learn to get after the fact. But, you know, like, it's my personal advice. Again, I don't care if you work on it or not. I work on it. It's not I don't work on it. But I feel like one thing you have worked on is you don't get as annoyed and take it as personally when I bug you about shit. You just ignore it. Which kind of annoys me. But again, I look at it as it comes with the package. It's just something you fucking do. At this point in time, it's something you're gonna do. You, let's be honest, work, and I actually want you to respond to this. Do you not have a habit of ignoring things if you don't want to address them? Like, let's say I wanted to bring you into something or talk about something, and instead of getting into it, you just ignore it. Right?
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers.
There you go, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Prime example of the fact he didn't answer you.
That's all, folks.
But nothing against it. But I've taken that as a social cue. I don't sit there and bitch about it like a lot of people. And this is how I can be friends with anybody. I don't take stupid shit personally. I look at something, I go, this is part of who they are. I choose to be around them. It's part of the package. I've chosen this for myself. I can't make them change who they are. This is who they've decided to be. It's not my fucking place to get mad about that. It's my fucking... Not when I chose to have to deal with them. I'm not with work because I have to work with him. I'm not with work because we go to the same fucking school. I mean, I used to be, but I'm not now. I'm with work because I've decided this is where I'm going to be. This is my fucking fault. What he does is his fucking fault. But it's also my fucking fault. And my fucking choice. And I don't have... To me, that's true hypocrite. Right there. Is if I sit there, choose to be around somebody, and then know there's something about them, know that's how they function, know that I don't really have the right to change it, and then bitch about it. Well, I put myself in this situation. People need to understand this shit. It also, like, you have to see the whole picture. And I strive to try to do that with people. Again, the whole picture, it also means that he can tolerate more of me. He has learned to tune me out, which means he gets less headaches about me. Why? Because I don't socially fucking push myself onto him. It's caused friction in the past, but yeah. I've also, like, again, learned to, like, point out that this is a both ways thing. That if something bothers him, I'm not going to automatically know it. But yo, life. Again, work, assuming you're listening. If you're not, no. Blah, 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 blah. But if my rant gets to be too much, I don't care if you mute me. I'll just, if you don't mute me and you get a headache, kind of feel bad. You don't get that. Anywho, overly touchy bullshit. I'm ranting because I'm both happy and emotional, and this is confusing me. and I'm content in my little bit. I'm also happy because the computer thing. There's a lot of. So remember earlier, Mags? I was ranting about the computer and mom stuff. We had the whole phone call. We can go in whenever, so I don't have to worry about the semantics so much of the. I use a lot of words very improperly. It's what I refer to as my own personal slang book. And Mags has learned that this is something I do recently. I don't know if it's recent or not. But she's realized that I do this.
It annoys the crap out of me because I'm a wordologist. So everything has to be grammatically correct for me and accurate word-wise. And it drives me fucking batty that you use your own fucking words that don't have anything to do with what you're talking about. Because Kyle does it too, and it drives me fucking batty.
There's a lot of fucking words, and I'm not gonna sit there. Part of it is, again, I'm going to admit it. I abuse it, but the original habit derives from my dyslexia. I'm not saying it's the sole reason I do it. No, I've gotten to the habit of abusing it. I get that. I'll admit it. But I get so and social issues and all that shit. But it was so hard to keep track of all the bullshit that it's just easier to simplify everything. And if you spend enough time around me, that's when I get laid back and start doing. Please know that I actually do clarify a lot more when I'm with other people who don't, because I understand they're not going to get what I'm trying to say. Therefore, I go through the painstaking effort of trying to teach them what I mean by shit instead of actually bothering. I know, it's a bad habit. I'm an awful person.
He does it just to annoy me.
It's, you know the best part about it though, the part that really makes me not want to fix it? I feel like you're gonna hear this and it's gonna make so much more sense. The fact that outside people can't fucking follow the conversation. It stops people from being able to fucking pry into my shit. And that's initially why I stopped trying to fix it or address the habit and embraced it. That's because I had teachers fucking poking their nose into my fucking conversations. And it just solved the problem when they couldn't fucking follow. And I even went so far as to make up my own makeshift language, which I still keep track of. And haven't bothered to edit, add, or change much to it. But yeah.
And I still can't understand it.
My version of semantics, to sum it up. Mags, do you want to try summing up how I use semantics?
No.
I know it's like Ward is werewolf or some shit, and that's it.
It's easier to do in context than it is to define it, but if I had to define how I use semantics, it would be technical bullshit. Is the fastest way to summarize what it means. Not by the books stuff. Like technical bullshit, nitty gritty. I use it for a numerous amount of stuff, which is confusing. But if you get used to hearing it in context, you know exactly what I mean. The other day, to pick up the book, I love the fact that I can do this, and I love the fact that I've had teachers literally point out that they appreciate that I can pull bookmarks out of conversations I had earlier, that I put a pin in, and start up like the conversation. And here's a prime example of it. So, I don't remember what I was on about specific, what the main point was, but the story I had about my friend that I had the other day, it was like debates and stuff, and dealing with people who were overly technical and shit, to the point where it's asinine. They're not flexible. I like getting into people who have clashing ideas than me or something. It's not a big deal if you disagree with what I have to say. A good story is my friend last night. So we're sitting in the parking lot. And this is also a good way to explain the semantics thing. We're standing there, Max, right? And it's a good way to explain how he tends to go out of his way to fuck up the point I'm making in the most unrealistic manner. So we're standing in the parking lot, and I go, "Do you eat breads?" And he goes, "Do you eat bread?" Do I eat bread? No, breads. Interjection here, Max, because you're now my co-host. Drag has been released for my co-host a while ago. What do you grasp I mean by breads when I, especially after when you said, you heard that they go, "Oh, breads," and I go, "No," or "Oh, bread," like a loaf of bread, and I go, "No breads." What does that mean? What would you, no, like, I'm not looking for a completely accurate answer. I want you to tell me how you interpret what I just said. There's no wrong.
Eat breads?
Yeah, do you eat breads? And he goes, "No bread," and he goes, "Do I eat bread?" And I go, "No, breads." I just want to know.
Fuck me.
To me, alright. So you're a little bit lost?
That one actually done fucks me.
I think what
So I
Wolf is
wasn't
saying,
talking
types of
about...
bread.
There you go. See, Rad gets it. See, some people do, some people don't. I'm not going to get offended if you don't. But I proceed to clarify by going... Like
types of bread.
Yeah, breads.
Oh, okay.
Because he said bread. And he goes, like a loaf of bread, and I go, "Not bread. You know, breads." And he goes, saying the same word twice doesn't fucking help for shit. It's overly general. And I'm like, and I'm sitting there thinking, that's the whole fucking point, is it's general. I'm not talking about anything specific. I'm just excluding one thing. Bread. And so he goes, like, that's like saying I'm gay. I'm like, or he's like, that's like saying he's gay. And I go, but there's only one kind of gay. No, there's multiple kinds of gay. There's only one kind of gay he can be. Am I wrong about that? Can someone be more than one kind of gay?
Nope.
And he goes, well, there's... And he does this shit. He points out and makes the most asinine points simply to back up the conversation and get it stuck. And this annoys me. I feel like he does this because it annoys me. But again, I choose to be around him. It comes with the territory. Don't feel bad for me. Really, don't. I'm okay with this. Again, it's like earlier when I was telling a story about sensitive stuff in my past, and people go, "Oh, I feel so bad." No, don't feel bad. It's who I am today. If I could and had the power to change it and go back or change anything or redo it, I wouldn't, because I think I might fuck up and I might never have all the friends I have today, and I want those. And I'm happy where I am. I'm not so sure I'm gonna be happy where I'm not. Where I'm gonna end up.
See, I'm the same way. I can't stand when people apologize, which is why I refuse to sit there and tell people that I'm a rape victim. I say I'm a rape survivor because I don't like the idea of people pitying me and feeling sorry for me. It drives me fucking batty. The shit I went through in my life.
It's a bad thing that has led to where you are, which is a good place.
I'm in a better place now because of my bad experiences. Don't feel sorry for that. Be grateful for me. Be happy for me. But don't feel sorry for me.
Yeah. See, that's my shtick. Is growing up in the South, my point earlier was, people are like, "Oh, the South is so hateful towards gay." No, the South is hateful. The South is just, we don't give a fuck. In other words, we don't care enough to stop area-based discrimination. People who know better just don't fucking get into it. So discrimination can flourish in certain areas, but it also doesn't grow because people don't give a fuck. So they don't give a fuck to expand it. It's for better or worse, for both better and worse, equally extreme. Florida, as a whole, doesn't give a fuck. That's why, oh well, the fucking intelligent, well, we don't give a fuck, so we're not going to try and raise our intelligence rating. Oh, well, we did, you know, maybe it's so bad because, again, when I say Florida genuinely doesn't give a fuck, I can see literally people who have IQ tests going, fuck this test, and testing poorly simply because they don't want to fucking try. Because they don't care. Because it's not really going to change anything. Nobody looks at their fucking IQ test. You don't go to a job and they go, oh, well, what's your IQ? Typically, that doesn't happen, so we don't give a fuck. Why are we going to try on a test that nobody's going to look at? It seems like a wasted fucking effort. And you'll understand when you get there, when everyone, A, when everyone else does it, B, when the fucking heat and humidity is so exhausting, you don't, and you have full of energy and it's such a lively place, you're not going to give a fuck over the stupid shit. And your definition of the stupid shit, so you're not going to give a fuck about anything you don't feel like you need to give a fuck about. That is, it is the beauty and horror of Florida at the same time. It is both our savior, it is like our savior and our condemner all at once. Need a dentist appointment because you got something seriously fucking wrong with your teeth? The dentist can't see you until in December and it's January? They don't give a fuck. Oh, you've got this on, and this is technically illegal, but it's not hurting anybody because you got lights on your motorcycle, but nobody's around, and no, it's not actually bad enough to bother anybody. And the cop sees you and he drives by and you don't give a fuck to turn it off, and the cop doesn't give a fuck to pull you over because it's not hurting anybody. The cop doesn't have to give a fuck. There are entire areas of Florida where you can just do simple shit that's technically illegal and the cops don't care. They look at it and they'll even stop and be like, oh, those are some cool fucking lights. Even though the lights they're talking about are illegal. They will stop next to your vehicle, be there, right there. All they have to do is flip on their fucking lights, but they don't care. Why? Because it's time and effort they don't have to put towards it. And again, if you have never spent time in a place that A, is always cooking you, even in the winter, and B, is so humid, you know what a half joke is? It's when you're joking but you're not really joking. I mean, you could be being literal, you cannot be being literal, give or take it, we don't care. Or we kind of mean it, but we don't really mean it, but if you take it as we do mean it, that's great too. We half jokingly breathe water in Florida. Now this seems like an absurd thing to refer to as half joking, but let me put it this way. When it literally gives people bronchitis to go from Massachusetts, which is not technically that dry of a state, to Florida, simply because of the moisture difference, it causes temporary bronchitis, simply due to the difference in humidity. That is, you can go out. You ever go outside of Massachusetts after it's like really bad rain and it's in the middle of that and it's mist? That's every fucking morning. In Florida, we call that morning too because it is an everyday occurrence. That fucking freaky ass mist, when you go out and you're like, look like you just came out of the pool and all you did was walk outside, turn your door, still 1 foot inside, reach over, grab the mailbox, and you are covered in fucking water. This is the humidity in Florida. That is a time of day for us. That phenomenon that you think is so freaky is a time of day for us, literally. Not even exaggerating. Oh my god, the hurricane or tropical, oh my god, the thunderstorm, it's blowing trees and New York's freaking out and And what? And I'm like, dude, it's not that big of a deal. It's not even that bad in New York. I was just there. And they're like, what do you mean it's not bad? And I'm like, I'm from Florida. And when that comment alone goes, oh, well, it really wouldn't be that bad for you, would it? What makes you panic is a twice-a-day occurrence for us. And for an entire season that is extremely long, you have to understand that that's an exhausting place to be. Now it's great, because we never have freezing rain. We never have sleet. We never have snow. We never have any of that shit. We can walk outside, it can rain, and oh my god, it cools off. There's not humidity in the air, because all the humidity is going that way. It's raining, and when it literally rains and the humidity goes down while it's raining. I shit you not. The humidity drops while it rains in Florida.
Yes.
You know why the humidity drops? Because none of it's in the air. It's all falling. It's not humidity anymore. It's literal water. That is why it's kind of almost half literal. We breathe water. You can go to Florida and half suffocate until you learn to adapt. From 2 different sources. It will drive you to the point of half suffocation. And simply by existing. You know, we love it there. But we also love it because we've learned not to give a fuck about dumb shit. And if nobody gives a fuck, nobody has to give a fuck. See the catch there? That's why all of Florida doesn't give a fuck. And I've completely derailed myself. But
Which means if it snows in Florida, it's the end of the world.
no, we think it's the coolest fucking shit.
Yeah.
We don't give enough fuck to actually be distressed over snow.
Okay.
We think it's like a Facebook-worthy phenomenon. We all start fucking tweeting it and shit. Everyone's screaming because, like, you can tell who's a local and who's not, or who's a true Florida resident and who's not, because if you're at a simple fucking everyday occurrences that everyone will be like, oh, well, this is the common reaction. And we're like, no, you're a fucking dumbass. Nah, you're fucking stupid. Like, the common reaction is completely different in Florida. Rag, 2 people start yelling at each other and throw fists in a bar. What's your reaction? Like, they are beating the ever-living shit out of each other.
They are bugging me.
Bloody lip. Broken. You know what every single person in Florida, including the bar owner, will do?
What?
Kick up feet, fucking take bets, and make the loser pay for fucking beer. And the bartender's job is to reinforce the loser having to pay for beer. You call the cops and you're gonna piss off literally everybody in the bar. I have seen people banned from an entire region's worth of bars simply because they called the cops during a fist fight when someone's nose was broken. No, but they were not allowed in any bars. The cops came. The cops took one look and goes, can you fucking stop fighting? Man. He goes, I know, I'm sorry to be that guy, but I was called because there's a disturbance. Literally, this is an actual fucking conversation between cops and an actual thing there. Man. Fucking stupid. I know, it's some tourist bullshit, probably, but you're upsetting people, so I have to, the cop goes, I'm legally obligated to intervene. Could you stop throwing fists for, like, until they leave, at least? The cop literally condoned them to start fighting again when the tourist left. It wasn't... The bars in that area literally banned this, perma-banned this. They blacklisted him from every bar. All it took was telling the story to another barkeeper and literally going, yeah, nope. I totally... And the story to get passed around for them to literally get banned from every single bar in that entire fucking district, like, area. No bar would serve them. I'm being dead serious. Nobody would serve this person. If this person did, they literally had a poster up of this person saying this person is not allowed here in every single bar.
As it
Would
should be.
would have.
I don't freaking care if people beat
But
the
you know,
shit out of each
technically
other.
speaking, that's not the typical reaction. You see two people beating the shit out of each other, you call the cops. That's like normal, everyday person's reaction. You call the cops, you're a fucking bitch. We don't care if you live here, you're not a real resident. We don't refer to you as we call you a tourist. You can literally have been living there your whole life, but you're a fucking tourist. You're not a real resident. You're just somebody's child who used to live here. There's some reason. And if there's no reason, then you're just a little bitch. We don't take kindly to you, like, getting in our way of not giving a fuck. We turn things into spectacles. We think it's fucking cool shit. That is why the laws in Florida are so fucking chillax. That's why Promise will never be a true Florida resident. As a fucking unit, Promise is not welcome in Florida as a whole.
Not at all.
Because they cry over the littlest shit. Even when technically speaking, what you've done is legal in Florida, and by law, supported, Promise will hang shit on you. Promise's issue, and they'll one-side it. Promise's had an issue. So, Warg's roommate was verbally threatening him and Nikki, and I was cleaning my knife, and I folded up my knife prior to him threatening him. And so I still had it in my hand. I was kind of like fiddling with it. I put it on the table, and I looked him dead in the eye, and I go, if you attack them, because you are physically bigger than me, and I cannot guarantee that I can protect them, and stop you at the same time, I will do what is legally within my obligations to stop you, even if it means I have to use a weapon to do it. Legally, I want you to understand, I'm allowed to do this, and I'm not afraid, and I will. So you better think twice, because I don't want the fucking hassle of being forced to do it. And Promise throughout our reports, of him threatening him, because I had a fucking knife and said that in his report. Even though, technically speaking, that's legal. And then they used me as a scapegoat, and used that as a supported reason to, months and months later, say that I slashed her tire when and that they had caught it on video when they didn't even have video cameras there.
Yeah,
B, they'd never submitted to police. And C, they fucked up so bad because of the fact that they blamed me, and when it was brought to light to the police's attention, they had to replace their entire fucking security fucking team.
They added cameras after he left. Yeah. And they're still adding cameras.
Well, the ones in the parking lot, they were forced to. Because if they didn't, the police were going to nail them for it. But everyone that was involved with anybody who was involved with dealing with evicting residents got replaced.
Yep.
By force. Because if they didn't, it was either replace every single person. This is how, like, you need to understand, this is how bad the fuck-up was. They did something that was highly illegal. So, my family over here in Massachusetts, the difference between Massachusetts and Florida, here it is. My family was like, oh, don't tell that story, that's awful. People will, like, think you're a bad person and shit. And no, I'm gonna tell the story how it is, and I'm not gonna fuck the details just because where I am at right now sees it as a bad thing. It's not. I was legally within my rights. I legally executed my rights. They would not have won in court. They wouldn't even have had a case in court. They would have tried to force me to take a plea deal because they literally had nothing to stand on. They were sitting there hanging by a fucking rope making threats, basically speaking.
1,700 and...
They were the toothless, fucking chained up chihuahua barking at me. If you want me to put it into actual context. That's more accurate. They had nothing. No way of doing anything. And actually got in trouble instead. That's how little it is. They got in major legal trouble because they literally hit. There was no reason. And honestly, to this day, I believe they may have staged the whole fucking thing. I think they had the person deliberately parked next to Eric, thinking that Eric would do something about it. That is war to everybody, if you wonder. And then they didn't care who did anything about it, so long as they could pin it on me. And honestly, I think they were looking for some way to blame me for something, so they get me out of there. All because I was more popular than their social program, and I think they felt like if they removed me, their fucking activity program would take off.
Nope.
Because it sucks so bad that a single person doing what that single person does and not giving a fuck if you tag along or not, because it's too much of an effort to stop you, so I'm just gonna have fun regardless. And if you want to be there, it's more easy to half-assed support you. And the fact that that was better than their fucking entertainment, and they're not smart enough to fucking hire me. No, because they have to pay me and they want to make money, so they didn't want to do that. They wanted to fucking get rich quick bullshit. That's what it was. They were desperate for the get rich quick scheme. They didn't want to lose any kind of profit. So much so that they didn't even wait until they were making profit to fucking pull this shit. And in the end, because of their greed, they were left with nothing and had to spend money replacing everybody. And were dealt fines. And are on the police's shit list.
Where they will remain.
Oh, they'll remain there. Florida doesn't pull you off the shit list. You don't get pulled off the shit list until you are no longer as big as somebody else on the shit list. You only go down the shit list when other people go up on it.
Right.
So you can technically get off the shit list, but it's all about like, and now you understand my tactics when it comes to being able to do whatever I want, even if it's bad, openly doing it, and not having to worry about having resident issues. So if anybody's wondering, if you live in a multiple place where it's like multiple people live there, you're renting there, the way to assure you stay there, the easiest way is not to be as big of a problem as half the people. You want to aim for half the people. You don't need to be a little bitch. You don't need to be a suck up. You don't need to give two shits. Just don't be as big of a problem as half the other people are. Be less of a problem than half the residents there. Not all of them, not 75%, just half. And that is excessive. Because they're not going to, they have to get through half, they have to blow half their residents. So even if everyone was doing awful stuff and it was a absolute trash hole, they can't evict more than half the residences. So it gives you all the time in the world to know about it. It gives you all the time in the world to slowly adjust. And you're safe the entire time. Half the residences are a lot of people. That's a lot. That's a big group. Doesn't matter if you have 20, 30 people. That's still like 15 All you need to do is make sure you're better than 15 of them. Not hard. People are f***ing idiots. There's always that f***ing trouble. There's always someone doing something. Arguing with somebody. Fighting with somebody. Just don't fight with people. Constantly. Don't cause problems for people. Don't make people complain about you constantly. And boom. See, Promise's problem is they're just too fucking big.
Yes, the books.
That's part of their problem. That's why they have such awful attendance. And they don't bother to compensate with standards. They allow so many people to get away with so much shit that half the people are safe. They know this person will never move out and is not moving out and won't threaten to move out no matter how bad it gets. So they'll keep them. Promise has, aside from money, Promise has zero standards. That's why you were untouchable before war.
Oh?
But now that your grandma's gone, you're not untouchable anymore. She's not there to put money in their pocket. Suddenly you're having issues. When your grandma was around, you didn't have any issues, did you?
Nope.
That's what it is. Promise values money. Very odd for a support group for the unfortunate to value money over everything else.
Okay.
Including illegal shit. The best way to sum up Promise's priorities, they're equivalent to slumlords. The only thing they care about is money. And they care about it so much, they're willing to not make profits where profits could be made. Easy, cheap, f***ing greed. Now, what else does that sound like? The f***ing 1 to 2 star hotel that we all know and love?
What about him?
With infestations and shit? Hey. Yeah, so Promise is the epitome. And they went through and they got into... Oh, fuck.
What's up?
I done it again. I hit the guy with, my name. One of the people. Whoops. But, you know, they were willing to do whatever it took to oust me because they thought that'd make them get big. It caused all that problems. What does Promise do? They double down. Because fucking up once wasn't good enough. They want to make a real profit. They want to make real profit, real profit. They'd learn how Florida residents think.
Right.
They're not gonna learn ever.
They could get around the police. They could pull petty bullshit. They could still have residents be happy. And the residents that become Florida mindset wouldn't be so shit. The troublesome residents wouldn't be there. They'd have secure residences that would never want to leave anyway. They could raise their shits, their standards, and just that people do this, insist that residents work. They wouldn't even have to raise their rent. They could insist, you know, make people do jobs and stuff, and just decrease rent, so they wouldn't actually be losing on. They could like save on paychecks and pay low because they just lower rent. So they again, easy, you know, fucking actual intelligent. And this is somebody who doesn't have a business degree who can come up with this shit. So imagine what somebody with a business fucking degree could be doing right now.
Right.
But Promise is so far stuck up their own ass. This is a problem with companies. The ifs before the ands before the buts.
Right.
I feel like I'm half a talk show. This is kind of funny. Only all it takes is knowing the environment. So my friend claimed that using the same word twice is unhelpful. Well, then if it's so unhelpful and so stupid and nobody would do it, why is the term like a thing?
Impressive.
Here's a
That's
good one for you. Bread. It means when you repeat something twice, you're not being vague. When repeating something twice isn't being vague. You're specifically you're the first generic thing that comes to mind. That is what you're doing. You are very specifically shorthand saying the specifics that come to mind. Bread would be the iconic epitome of bread. Look, if you ask somebody to draw bread, it'll be the first thing they think of. That's what bread means.
I can think of 3. That's
A
the
loaf
soup
of
part.
fucking bread. That's bread.
Yeah.
Not like any loaf. An iconic loaf of bread.
White bread.
White bread, wheat bread. The typical shape type of bread.
Yeah.
Well, I just
That
checked
is
my
what that
Facebook
means.
Messenger.
no.
Uh-oh.
I finally got into it.
Did you,
I won the
did you
appeal.
vote?
Yes, the books are
But
Joe
Nice.
apparently did message me. The last time he tried to message me was Thursday night, when he told me that they apparently got mad at me because I wouldn't walk the dog right that second.
Mm.
Well, I didn't get the fucking message to walk the goddamn dog.
1,700 and
They have several ways of getting a hold of me. Why they choose just one and then get mad at me when I don't reply to just one, I don't know. But he said, and Mom and I talked. We're no longer taking the offer to move in.
Good. Fuck off.
Which conveniently is
sorry.
around the same time AJ moved in with them.
Yep.
You know what, Mags? You should withdraw the offer. Honest to God.
The whole plan of us moving in together was his fucking idea.
I know. But if they're gonna pull this kind of bullshit, and again, this is my opinion. I'm not telling you what to do. But it would be stupid to set yourself up like that at this point. Just food for thought here. But if they're not willing to pay back what you lend them to do stuff, what makes you think they're gonna pay rents? They have to with Charlie because Charlie doesn't give a shit. But what makes you think that they're just gonna do it without any kind of fight with you?
They weren't going to be asked for rent. Kyle's going to own the home.
Oh?
Yes. Kyle was planning to buy the house. So there wouldn't be any rent. Just
That's nice.
well, it has to be financed. So we'd have to finance it every, make monthly payment on it.
You have to make a monthly payment for X number of years.
Yes.
For my house, it took 10 years. I think. Could have been shorter.
But this was his plan to begin with. 3 years ago.
I'm gonna get something in my stomach real quick because I'm pretty hungry. So I'll be right back.
Y'all think that because CJ's convinced Joey that I'm going to get pissed off and kick them all out. And that's not the case.
Never mind.
Well,
Don't need to be called a freaking greedy pig again.
they're running their what's up, Brad? They're running their risk of you getting pissed off before anything ever begins.
Just that since family is still at the house, and I'm a bit hungry, and it's not quote unquote dinner time, but it's close to dinner time. No. Yes, no. I can wait.
Can't believe it. Killed by a bleeding landsman.
I'm not gonna rant really. This is just normal shit here.
Hokey pokey, mate.
Yeah, I still need to do more nightmare missions.
I'm just pissed off now.
CJ's the person they're letting live with them.
CJ's his mother.
Why is his mother doing this shit?
Because she's not too fond of me to begin with. She doesn't like the fact that I won't forgive her for what she said back in December. Well, she hasn't made an effort to try to apologize for what she said back in December.
So she's willing to ruin and lose everything and drag her son down with them. Knowingly. I'm honestly asking.
Alright. She's a fall risk. She doesn't need to be here anymore. She needs to be downstairs. She needs to be on first level. So, I mean, this could benefit her. This could have benefited her.
Yep, but it's DJ.
Do you think she actually believes that you'd kick her out, or do you think she's just being petty?
She's just being a petty bitch.
She doesn't make any sense to me, I'm sorry. She just does not make sense. I can't wrap my head around her way of thinking. I don't understand the concept of sabotaging yourself. I can, within standards, understand the concept of sabotaging yourself, despite somebody else. But within standards, I don't know, having deja vu. Honestly, I feel like the reason for my deja vu isn't actually anything complicated. I think I've just been through this so many times talking about her that I'm having fucking deja vu every time I talk about it. Does that surprise you at all? Sorry, I was just like... Nah, I feel bad.
You've got no chance, mate.
Don't want to cause trouble here.
You've got no chance,
Don't make me hurt you, Wanderer.
Can't believe it. Killed by a bleeding landsman.
Just pains on the neck. I need one more nightmares. Good. Done.
Don't want to cause trouble here.
One more nightmare and just a snake on. Meep, merp, merp.
No Merps for you, take your beeps away, yeah.
I went to say merp, not me.
Oops, wait, no, what the? I'm tired after my big ass long rant. Bear pelts. Where, oh where did the wargish go? Oh where could he be? Where did my war glad go? She's almost leveled up. I want to level her up before I go to that camp.
Why do I keep saying that keeps turning his own brain?
Ragobur! Behold the burr. Yay, I'm swimming! Yay! Every doggy clapped their butt cheeks. No, the doggy farted on me. Everyone. Really hope.
Merp.
Meep.
Alright. I got a grade 3 sorcerer.
Nice. Just falling all over the place.
I'm dragging him back to my camp. Or get out of the refrigerator. I know it's hot, but Jesus Christ, man.
Merp.
Out of the fridge. No fridge. So my follower got the third wife one. Follower that I have got a decent first perk. I'm hopeful that I don't have to re-roll if I should do this. It adds three. It adds +3 to 2 different stats.
The ring
She's an
sure
obsidian
seems freaking
sword
broken.
in. I feel like I know this is gonna happen soon. Or it did. Guess I just- Org
What?
and your trumpet. No, not Timmy Turner. Stop it! God damn it! God, stop it! No! You can see me sitting there, blowing the trumpet while someone freaks out on me. Or come cause chaos and hell and havoc with me. Alright, let's. Oh shit.
I'll be right back.
I got one spot left. Hey, check this out, blows Warg's trumpet.
Merp.
Warg, what have I told you about farting? Oh, what? Don't do it. Yeah. Warg's over here going, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't fart in public, I shit myself. He's literally got nothing to say to that. And now,
Nom nom nom
you're
nom
welcome,
nom.
chat. That's all he has to say to that. And chat, you're welcome. Now yours feel violated. Who's there? Burp-matic, yay! There's this, there's this. There's these that are cooked.
Yes, yes, the books are some selected.
There's these.
Better check.
Did what egg just go bad or something? That's dumb. Oh, did you get another egg?
Oh,
Freezer. Ah, you bitch.
1,700. Yes, yes, the books are right. Some collected, everything. Impressive, but we can always add more to the pie.
Well, let's drink this 3 ale. Yay.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers, graved with glittering gold.
Oh, that was a nasty fucking fart. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's gross.
A fine harvest of riches. Very fine indeed.
My character's so drunk yet. Let's look at the stats. Headache. Maximum stamina reduced by 50. There's great slightly.
Impressive, but we can.
these 3 sets of grub. A hyena needs exotic flesh. Hello, I hate it here. I missed you. Oh, Mags, have you heard me list off my animal names? You want to hear my animal names?
Yes.
You don't. You say no, I want to.
I'm just in a shitty mood. I'm gonna step outside.
Alright. I love how my fucking Rancor-sized Yeti, his name is Tiny Tim. He's like Rancor-sized.
But why is that Rancor?
Yeah, no, that's funny. Because that was like, yeah, you're right. That was your first.
If you look at his face, it looks like a Rancor face.
It looks like Redcore hands, too.
Right?
Honestly, I might just... Because I got so much exotic flesh already,
Uh-huh.
I might just rot it, because I need, future... I think I'm gonna do that. Actually, might cook some. She needs like 13. I'll probably cook 13. Let that. There's 9. I'll dry 13 of them. That's our final destination. It was pretty good.
I spawn.
So, you wanna know what my follower thing is?
What?
She's not really stamina based. So, I mean, I realize that this isn't the best combination, but it adds agility. It's not agility based. But Vanguard, your followers' combat training has resulted in increased agility and vitality. So I might reroll her. Her ratio is strength is 75% chance to increase every level. Agility is 55. Vitality is 60. Grit is 55. She's
1,700 and 1,700.
It's medium armor, strength based, so it's not the best thing, but it adds tankiness. So it's not the worst. I'll see how her other perks roll first. But it's +3 and +3. Her strength is 21. Her vitality, which is her health, is 20, and then you add that 3. Her grit, which is like her armor, is only 10, and her agility is 15, which it has a +3. So, attribute bonuses. Max strength damage bonus is +42%. She has 42% extra strength damage. Her agility damage bonus is only 14. That tells you how she's built. Her vitality health bonus is 800. She has 868 extra health due to her vitality.
Nice.
And her grit gives her 60 extra armor. She's not built extra heavy, so she has some stamina, but If her ratio's right, I might just give her a bow, too. I mainly have her sorted, but
Such a pretty
she'd have like no room
tidy
for
books and
food.
coffers, gravid
She
with
might just,
glittering gold.
or anything really other than food. Cause she'd have sword, shield, arrows, and bow. But, she's about to level up. It's not a bad build.
Must have bad connection.
Impressive.
What is this? Stygian thingy.
A fine
This
house
is a
of
different
riches.
version of that.
Very fine indeed.
I break that down. We're at just for now. Let's see what punching daggers are. Do they have any kind of relation to? Armor penetration, bleed, health damage, agility. Let's see what his stats are. Guaranteed agility boost. I might do.
No. Not doing that.
I'll give him punching daggers. Breaking warrants, those break down. These to break down. The gong break down. Oh, does his punching daggers? I need heavy leather. Use silk. I'll make an ancient bow. Red ancient. Put these.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers, gravid with glittering gold. One thousand seven hundred and
I'll break down these two things. the agent notice it.
Impressive.
Given the agent. Oh. Full stack era.
Yes, yes. Sounds corrected.
Nice.
A fine harvest of riches. Very fine indeed.
Nice.
Yes, yes, the books are valid. 1,700. Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and copper, crowded with glittering gold. Impressive. Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers, graved with glittering gold. A fine heart. $1,700 and drat! Such a pretty sight. Yes, the books are balanced. Sums collected, everything adds up. Better check them again.
That's
Impressive, but we can always add more to the pile. Fine. Yes, the books are balanced. Some collected, everything adds. Better check them again.
she's coming back for me. Help! Save me! I didn't do it, I swear! Don't hurt me!
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers, graved with glittering gold. fine harvest of
Air
riches.
pellets.
Very fine indeed.
Shellback head.
Impressive, but we can always have it. $1,700 and yes, the books are balanced. Some.
Derp.
Oh, derp for you. Takes your derp away. It's fine now.
Nerp, nerp, nerp. Nerp on Nurple. Wait, why the fuck did
No,
it
not my
devolve?
purple derp rolls. I need those.
Why did it devolve to Nurples for some reason? Oh, excuse me.
So goddamn pissed off right now, it's unreal.
What's wrong, hippie?
I would give you a hug, but I'd like to keep my hands.
For going on 3 years, me, Joe, and CJ have always talked about getting a place together till we can get back, till we can all get up back on our feet and getting the hell out of here. It's now become financial possible for me to finance a house, like we were talking about just a few minutes ago. And not only did he renege on the deal, but that screws me over too. Because to finance it, we need 2 incomes. So that screws me over too.
Fucking Joey. Honestly, I could probably quit my whole plan for swinging Niagara and hop down there if needed. For that stuff. Just need to find a place to work.
I don't think that's gonna help, Brad.
You said 2 incomes.
The whole point was I didn't want to leave Tennessee.
He said hop down there.
And now it looks like I may have to.
That's
Because I can't afford anything here on my own. And he and I sat and we talked about that. Kyle will lift the major burden of it. Because me nor him are ever going to get approved individually. But Kyle can get us both approved, and then all we gotta do is keep up the payments.
He decided he was going to cave to his boss, who's on a, let's face it, ticking time bomb expiration date.
Yeah, her friend Monty
Bad.
just died of a bleeding brain.
No offense, but he needs to stop catering to an expiration. I get that she's his, but to let somebody who's literally could keel over tomorrow run your fucking life is not the world's best life choice. Like, if my mom were to keel over tomorrow, and she actually, like, I'd kind of, and was like, well, I can't, you know, if you do this, I can't be doing your paperwork. I mean, I really like my paperwork, but you know what? If you can keel over tomorrow, that doesn't hold a lot of meaning to me. I'm sorry. Like yeah, sure, anybody can. There's a difference between anybody and what she's going through.
1,700.
And he needs to take this into account when he makes decisions. Again, statistics. I'm a statistic guy. I'm sorry if this offends anybody. I guess, but am I?
I don't care anymore. He screwed me over for the last fucking time.
Ooh, sorry.
This is something we have talked about for several years. And just to bail on me like that.
At the last moment.
When we finally have the financial opportunity to fucking do it.
God knows how much time that wasted.
Yeah.
And mind you, when it comes to wasting excessive amounts of my time, I can be pretty fucking unpredictable. Time is valuable.
Yeah, that's true. If someone wasted my time, I'd be slapping the hell out of them.
Well, for like 2 hours a day, for like an entire year and a half, hear me out, was building decks. My ultimate goal, just so that you can like understand and summarize, my ultimate goal was to get to a point where I had every single spare card, in every single deck of Magic cards built into some. I even built a deck that literally runs off of 0 land, which is like the essential key thing in the game. The majority of every deck is like, you know, Pokemon has their energy cards, it's like that. And I'm like 2 decks in. My mom demanded that I do the dishes. I like, not do the dishes, but like empty the dishwasher. Now! And I'm like, just give me 5 minutes. I'm like almost done. I'm finishing up. Give me 5 minutes. The dishwasher wasn't going anywhere, in my defense. The dishes weren't going anywhere. It wasn't like we needed the dishes for anything. We quite literally, it could have been done fucking tomorrow or like 2 days later. The dishes weren't going to pile up and we weren't going to do more dishes even. Like, it didn't get in the way of anything. It was an inconvenience, but for 5 fucking minutes, you can just manage to not eat anything, even if it was even if it did matter, right? 5 minutes. I am like on the pinnacle of the last 2 decks, sorting this shit out. With like all of them, I've already gotten so close I can calculate the remainder of the cards that aren't going to go into anything. Every single card I own was. She freaks. She says now, and I'm like, can it wait 2 minutes? And she goes. She flips the fucking table. And I don't think she realized the significance of what she'd done, and she kind of forgets what she doesn't. Like, not deliberately forgets, but she kind of forgets what she doesn't want to remember. And let me tell you, I got so angry, especially after I did the math, because 2 hours, there's, how many days in a year, Mags? 300 and something?
Yeah.
360 something?
Yeah.
I think there's 360 something.
So you're saying she royally screwed you over?
She wasted 30 days of my life. 30 days of my life. I calculated it. I just put, and that's a minimum of 2 hours a day I spent doing this. Right? For a year. That's only a year, actually. She wasted 45 days of my life. Because if you calculate those 2 hours by the number of days, this is like rounding down and stuff. So like, this is being generous. Highly generous. If you calculate them, do the math, and then divide it by 24 hours, she has wasted 45 solid days. This is 24-hour days, not just days. 24, you know, like, even if I stayed up the entire day, every time I did it, that's 45 days of my life gone because I didn't do the dishes right now instead of 5 minutes from now. You understand how angry I was. I still remember the story because it really, really upset me. That's a lot of time. And that is 45 full 24-hour days worth of time she decided was worth more than 5 minutes. Which I wasn't even wasting. I wasn't wasting her 5 minutes. She could have been doing anything else. All it was just 5 minutes of urgency. For dishes! It would have solved the problem just not to eat anything for 5 minutes. Even if we had no dishes. If they didn't eat anything for the next 5 minutes. And I didn't even insist, I was just asking. I was so angry. I am still pretty bothered by it. Like, not that it would have mattered now, but that's a lot of time. That guy's losing temperature.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers.
Right, where do I check?
So I could say wasting excessive amounts of time over long periods of time just by one action is the thing that really pisses me off. My temperature's raising and then lower. You know, this insulated house is really fixing my temperature. It like levels out my temperature. I didn't even need to eat anything. I could have just walked indoors. I forgot about that.
something I need to find. Where the hell is it?
If I walk outside, I think my temperature will.
Okay, where is it?
Yeah, see, the second I
Yes.
walked outside or opened the door, the second I walk inside, the temperature goes down. It keeps going up, but then it goes down. This is the perk of having an insulated house. My temperature's like skyrocketing. I don't know why it decided it wanted to fluctuate so bad. Waiting for the warming.
One more reverse bait and I can be done with that. Think. Wait, no. And I swear to God, if I put something up.
Impressive, but we can always add.
Okay, I'm down here.
Yes, the books are
Oh no! I got enough now.
No, you don't have enough.
Yes, I
Gross.
do.
Everything you have
I
left out the
am
window.
upgrading my. Wait, why do I have 2 Greg reverse baits?
You want to combine them.
No, I was confused for a second, but yeah, I'm combining them in a second. I just need to remember the right thing for combining them. It was weapon level, weapon readjustment, enhanced unique ability,
Enhance unique ability.
and then this one is the correct Greg reverse bait.
It would be the one that is leveled up and not level 1.
Yeah, I was just forgetting which one was mine.
I'm assuming you didn't take the time and effort to like
Oh no, it's
level
level
adjust.
55. I just forgot.
Well, there's one that'll be
I need
if
to
you didn't
work on next.
upgrade both of them. They start at level 1.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah. I did do that for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm at it now. I'm just... Okay. Now, I need... Light. Light. The light. Piercing light. Here it is. Slightly stronger gun.
See the end to go. See
Oh, graze. But this one is... Nope. More targets.
I need to cook more of them.
Dish.
1,700 and
Um,
1,700 and
and I got devotion as well. I forget. That on me. Okay. Hang on. Are the time things still around, or?
What time thing? No. It's just a login. You want to open the event by holding the start button,
Yeah, I did
and
it.
then click on the bottom event thing,
Oh,
and then go to your mail and collect it.
fortified supplements.
They have a lot of good stuff in there. That's why I mentioned it, and
Mm.
you barely have enough days.
Yeah,
You can only miss a couple days, but
I'll get to it.
if you don't and you want me to do it, I mean, I'm not opposed to just collecting that since I don't have to wake up first thing in the morning.
You don't need to, Wolf. I say this all the time. Don't do this stuff for me. I normally don't give two shits about First
It doesn't.
Descendant, in all honesty.
I mean, they're valuable things though, so it's the only reason I offer.
I will do it, but yeah, a lot of shit seems to have changed. No more shit. No more stuff floating over people's freaking heads. Well, player heads, but yeah.
Yeah, they added medals for tryhards. Only upgrade this many of this shit because you have no life. Like, the only person I know who would do that, who would have medals and stuff, would be someone who literally lives at home and plays nothing but First Descendant and like 3 other games.
Hey, Wolf, did you unlock stuff for me, or...
What do you mean?
Well, it's just some of the stuff I noticed did, and I don't remember doing it.
I haven't played for you in forever.
Weird.
They added a few things, so you might have them.
Some titles.
You also might.
The thing is, I don't remember earning these.
Earning what?
Oh, I got a friend request from Disturbed.
Earning what?
A friend request from Disturbed.
Attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
I don't remember getting this, but yeah, I got
What is this?
I got some rewards for something that I don't remember doing. Mutant
I mean, there might have been
cells.
1 or 2 days where I was doing everyone else's shit and I was working on a bunch of stuff, so I did like the fastest things possible. But if I did, it was like log in, press a few buttons, and break something down. Since I'm doing it for like 4 or 5 people anyway. But I don't think I actually did anything recent, remotely recent. Like I think you have to use it.
Okay. I'm just
I haven't been on it in forever, so I haven't.
okay. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I did my dailies for now. Really in the mood to play this one today, so not really in the mood to play this game today.
Should be tactics about what to prioritize.
There. Thank you again, Wolf.
Yep.
You know something?
What?
I should have been getting out to meet people more often.
Getting out to do what?
Just go around my community more often and just get to know people.
What makes you say this?
During like some stuff at the one place I am doing stuff at. Can't really go into specifics since I'm too lazy to uninclude my audio. But I met someone pretty cool.
Why would you need to include your audio?
Well, I can't really say the exact stuff I'm doing.
Uh-oh. Are you getting into drugs?
No, man! I just like to keep a lot of my personal life off the internet. I'm just lazy with unincluding. It wasn't me. I'm just too lazy to uninclude my audio. But that would also mean that you wouldn't have multiple voices in your stream anymore. So if I say weird shit, or something that cause stuff to be clip-worthy, oh, fuck no. Fuck it. My excuse is I'm just too lazy.
You have spent more effort on your one excuse than it would be or remove your audio then.
Exactly.
Now he fucking replies.
Exactly. I'm just too fucking lazy to do it.
You are my kind of lazy.
It is 1, 2, 3, 4.
And you're out in the home ball game.
It is 5 fucking button presses, man. Not the same button, but still. 5 buttons.
Press my buttons, press my buttons.
But I'm spending more time trying to decide what game to play.
He said, I'm just waking up and I'm just now getting a bunch of messages.
Ooh.
I said, yeah, I got all your lovely messages from Thursday, and I just replied to every damn one of them.
No, I can't play Prey because that's a special event.
What do you mean you can't play Prey?
Oh no, I'm saving it for much later. Right, Minecraft. Where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm in my super flat
In
world.
your own battle. You entered your own battle. Level.
I didn't know I could just re-enter my world. Well, you know. Okay, this resumed game stuff is actually really helping my laziness.
Poke rag with stick. I think I found something, guys.
I'm the epitome of laziness right now.
It's a specimen of lazy bastards.
I mean, I'm a cat. I'm supposed to be fucking lazy.
I feel like that's just...
But I'm just being extra.
Is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
Wasn't me.
I feel like that's exclusively his text tone.
I may be an idiot,
Well, no,
but
I'm talking about it if you don't. Shut up, you bitch. Unless you're not talking.
Tidy books and coffers,
Merp.
covered with glittering gold.
Help! I'm being merped at. This is against the law.
Okay, start with that. There we go. You know what sucks for super flat bedrock? There's no structures that spawn.
Yes, yes, the books are balanced. Sums collected, everything.
None.
Better check
No,
them again.
what?
I can't get any structures in super flat for bedrock. Which means I can't go to the nether, can't go to the end.
They're supposed to fix that where you could get new things in Flat World on Bedrock.
I have super flat on bedrock. The issue is, there's no structures in it. So if I want to go to the nether or end, I would have to create of it. That's not happening. I have some damn pride.
I told him, I said, I replied to all your lovely messages on messages. I didn't send anything out of hatred or evil or... I'm sorry if you took it that way. I didn't say you did. But you backed out of an offer that, or a deal that we had for 3 fucking years that we were finally able to fucking financially back.
Right.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy.
Two of that. No more of that. Oh, need some leather. Nope. Okay, the 1DT can stay out there then. Okay, I got one. Where's this jerk? There he is.
It's also funny how he got immediately defensive.
Yep.
Which means he knows he did some shit.
Yep.
And he's not feeling bad about it.
I would love nothing more than to smack the hell out of him, but I'd rather keep my arm.
I don't think Max would defend him at this point. She'd just want a turn. She'd want a couple turns. She would need to extend it a few days.
Oh no, it's not
Like,
hippie
just
I'm
so she
afraid of
doesn't,
taking
like,
my
do any
arm.
permanent
It's you know
damage.
who.
Her?
No, not hippie. The other person. That I want to smack the hell out of.
Afraid of him. I know. We've been open.
I'd rather keep my arm, so... yeah. Sorry.
Who do you think's taking your arm? You think Max is gonna take your arm over it? That's what I'm saying.
She'll do it at a much later point, I think, but...
Nah, she'll take it.
Yes, yes, the books are balanced.
He's attempting to reach you on your cellular.
Impressive. But
I could just hear the stop. That's that Jack Bay.
what?
That's all.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers, gravid with glittering gold. Yes, yes, the books are balanced. Some collected, everything adds up. Better check them again.
Build it.
Camp.
1,700
Tent.
1,700
Tent.
and rat.
He finally replied, and once again, I'm the bad guy in all of it. I didn't mean any ill intent or anything by the messages I sent. Well, he first pretended he didn't know why Messenger went out. Even though I clearly fucking told him 3 fucking times why Messenger went out.
Why did Messenger go off?
My post on parents taking responsibility for the games their kids play instead of blaming gaming companies got reported, and that's why my Messenger went down.
Really?
Yeah.
They were reporting that?
Reported.
Yep. It put me in Facebook jail till I won the appeal. Motherfucker, I won the goddamn appeal though.
A fine
What do
They
you
not
think?
2 days ago.
trouble for making those kinds of.
I didn't say anything that I didn't say live on Shells' stream. Kyle, sorry, Shells. I was answering my son. And that was the fucked up part. I mean, that was the part that pissed me off the most, was I didn't say anything different there that I said on his stream. He can vouch that there was nothing bad about it. Except for maybe the,
1,710.
no.
It's nicer than me.
I read it to you. The only thing I said that could have been twisted was suing a gaming company for their gaming content when you could have read the rating on it and chose not to purchase it for your child is no different than going to the store, buying a chocolate bar, and then suing the chocolate company because your child's allergic to peanuts and you bought a Snicker or an Almond Joy.
Almond Joy does not have peanuts.
Nuts!
Oh,
Right,
just allergic to
nuts.
nuts. Sorry. Sorry.
What? 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 You know what else? You know what else? You know what else?
Wolf, no.
Is that the only reason you came down here? Is that the only reason you came down here? I'm not okay.
Kyle, tell me it's okay.
Kyle can't tell you it's okay because I'm not okay.
No, tell me it's okay to say. Say it. Tell me it's okay to say it.
No, shows. Don't, please.
Okay, fine. I can have some restraint, but only for today. It's the only problem. That's the only damn thing.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like false reports should get the reporter in trouble. Or overreactive.
Yes, I gotta know what type.
Such a pretty.
The camel is coming for me.
Fine harvest riches. Find it here.
Calling my character go burr.
Yes, yes.
Oh, hippie.
Hmm.
The cactuses grow flowers now.
I know. I'm
Is
very
that a
much
good
aware
thing?
of that.
I don't know whether to be excited over it or... No, wait. IRL, they grow flowers, so... Yeah, never mind. Now, if only they grew fruit.
1,007.
Could the flowers be used at all?
Decoration. And pink dye. Well, and for making bone meal.
In mine.
Stop, cat.
Never.
Yes, yes, the books are balanced.
Let me eat
Some
Nemo
like
real
it,
quick.
everything adds up. Better check them out.
Then he got mad at me. He's nothing I said was angry or vile on that. And I said, yeah. He's fine, whatever. Believe what you want. Basically is what he said. He said, I'm just gonna go then. I can't help how you perceived the message. Telling someone you're backing out of a 3-year plan? How's that not considered conveniently after the one person I hate the most in the world has just moved into your fucking room? After you swore up and down you fucking couldn't stand the bitch. How am I supposed to perceive that? Huh? Someone tell me.
Betrayal.
A plan that we've had for 3 fucking years. 3 fucking years we've been making plans like this.
That's how I perceive it as betrayal.
Yeah, I perceive it as betrayal too.
So would I.
Be back.
Impressive, but we can always add more to the pile. pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers, crowded with glittering gold. One thou-
God. Yeah.
Yes, the books are balanced. Sums collected, everything adds up.
Sorry, I'm over here talking and my phone's muted. Or my headset's muted.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kyle's on his way back from the smoke shop getting pot. Because he just sent me a message and you can tell he's walking. He goes, hey, I'll be there in a minute. Please don't deadbolt your door. Yeah, he goes, I'll be at your door in a minute. Please don't deadbolt your door. And it came back, I'll be there in a minute. Please don't lock your daughter.
The hell?
Something else, and double black. Double black it also. Let me read it to you exactly how it went.
Mm.
Hello?
Of riches.
Hello?
Hello. Yes, this is Carla from Movoto on a recorded line. I'm calling in regards to an area we inquired about here, Manchester, zip code 37355. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yeah, that's my son. He's not here right now. He'll be back later this evening.
Hippie, it's coming.
Okay, so just to clarify
Okay.
this here, your son Kyle, right? Kyle Curtis?
Yes. Hold on, Rack. Important call.
Okay, great, no problem. So I'll go ahead to verify the information and I'll get you the real estate team member's number so that when he's back home, you would give them a call in the event that he had any questions or concerns about the property. Is it a situation where this is his phone or you put in your phone number?
I put in my number.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I put in my
It's
phone
the
number.
number for you. It's for him. Go ahead.
His phone has a spam blocker on it, so any automatically, and it doesn't notify him that it's rejected. So it won't even it will ring for you guys, and then immediately on his end, nothing. Actually go into it. Actually has to go in. See what block calls. It's a nightmare.
not here at the time. Here with you. And then I will the real estate team member's phone number for him. And even if he had insurance, the answer is this. If we work on
Yeah, it would be both of them.
good. And this would be right?
Correct. He's wanting to purchase it. I put on there that it's his first home. So the thing is, when y'all do the background, you'll see that there is a home. He did not purchase that home. He did not purchase. Got that home in a bill. It was purchased by my father and put my son's name on the property for 50 care of. My dad's name care of Kyle Curtis. My dad passed it with my grandparents. My grandparents passed.
Yeah.
He already turned 18, so or with brother, and then 5 months later, and that was my fault.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But yeah, that would be.
Merp. I tried to warn. No.
Greg, what are you doing?
Digging a hole.
But it's all back where it belongs.
I need to dig it out. I'm making a moat.
Moat too.
I shouldn't even say a hole, it's a freaking trench I'm digging.
1,700.
I'm digging out a whole ass trench.
And I'm gonna
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers, crowded with glittering gold. impressive, but we can always add more to the pie. $1,700. Fine harvest of riches. Very fine indeed. Yes, yes, the books are well. Some collected.
This coming out of a large area, out of an actual. I can't do it. Somebody with him. That's where Joey. It's like him by himself. Himself could not. This isn't himself. Oh, you match. Give us. Hey, this is back when we were talking. Oh, really putting huge down payment in my place. Purchase net fees. Cheaper. I could lump sum in order to get in the loan. Have to have income. Now both of us having it is going to hurt us. Someone that was the point. Yes. Here it is. Pay for the entire. You don't get that. There's enough. That right there. Think at this point, it would just be Seth to haul your. One time. Stick. Give me promise not to fuck you. Shook my head.
Impressive. But we can always add more to the pile. Such a pretty sight. A fine harvest of riches. Very fine indeed.
Hey.
Impressive, but we can.
Please.
Well. That was.
1,700 and 1,700 and rat. Impressive. But we can
Already was it? Mr. Brutus was today? Is Nick
Yes, the book.
just one of those 10 days? I wasn't in a bad mood. That thing was making me. There was something. I guess, because I wasn't like, there was nothing that had.
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and coffers.
It was one of those. Starts here. I want to get up, Hippie. They've got shit. Shut the fuck up and leave me the fuck alone.
Fine.
Hunter didn't do a damn thing. Fucking get up in it. Bro, deal with me. Ask Rag. As they're fucking giving their sermon. I'm in the middle of show the street. Praise Jesus. Oh my God. By the grace of God. You ready?
Wolf, should we worry?
I'm just mocking.
No, she's quoting. Don't worry, she's fine.
Now, Shells, I've been sleeping all day for no reason. Nothing caused it. I just woke up.
Thousand seven hundred and
I do care. I don't know how to do this alone. Here was one thing. Being in the hotel room was one thing. Being here at the hotel. I can't do this. Oh.
The books are balanced. Sounds collected. Everything adds up. Better check them again. Such a pretty sight.
Party.
Tidy books and coffers, gravity, glittering.
What am I gonna do? Move Rack from New York to Tennessee? And move him in with me? So he can help? So,
A fine harvest of riches. Very fine indeed.
that's what Shell's are talking about.
Yes, the books are balanced. Collected. Everything adds up. Better check them again. Impressive, but we can always add more to the pile.
Pizzas. Told you, hey. I didn't even know it was like it lasts 5 minutes. I do hate roommates. Did you tell? This is a place where poor people.
1,700 and
Tell the truth.
1,700 and rat.
Out of help. That's all.
Impressive, but we can always add more to the pile.
I might be addicted to this game.
Might be. Frickin' might be?
Shells?
Yeah, freaking might be.
There's not definitely.
He doesn't live with his parents, though. None of them live with their parents. What? Because they told me. I think Shells is the only one that doesn't have someone that's guard.
He has guardianship over his money. He doesn't control his own money. Shells, you control your own money, don't you?
Yeah. No one worries about my money. He tries to give me advice.
No, I mean,
I can go to the bank. I can.
1,700 and 1,000.
I can 100% do whatever the I want. Yeah, I can 100% do whatever I want. My mom has access to my rent, or not my rent, my her name's on it so that she can also get my own stuff, or she can withdraw stuff for me if I need her to. But I own my own shit. It's out of convenience that she's on.
A fine harvest of riches. Very fine indeed. of riches. Very fine indeed.
Your son? I don't know the entire conversation,
One fa-
but I missed the story. You're like me. That's half the reason I left Florida.
Impressive.
Not half, but it's a good part of the reason why I left. Deep
Take a
breath.
pee. Take a breath. Take a breath. Just take a breath, hippie. I know. I can understand partially how you're feeling.
Yes, the books are balanced. Some collected. Everything adds up.
Hungry living. I don't live alone to avoid depression. I really like living around people. Even if nobody's around, the coming and going and the consistency of it helps me. That's why I never even consider going out. Because then I'd be alone. I get depressed. And nobody was walking around, nothing. Even if mom came to check on me, nobody's here. Nobody's here. Nobody's like here. I could walk up the street and go see my family, but the fact that I have to go somewhere not to be alone. Even if it's bad. I know exactly how you feel. It's Xbox doesn't count, and Xbox doesn't count. Like a lot of people think, oh well, you can just turn on and be. No, it doesn't count. You wake up alone, which means you're alone. You can bank off somebody. If your power goes out, you're there's nothing. You know, Xbox doesn't count because all it takes is that. If I open my door to go do something and collapse there, it's not like no one will notice. It's like part of the comfort. What I feel like I need to have like a talk with your son about this kind of thing. What it means to feel alone. And those who are not okay with it. Yeah, I know that. That's why I feel like it might be helpful for me to talk, and not to talk about other stuff, not to, I just want to explain it to him.
Such a pretty time. Tidy books and coffee.
You don't want him to not make this decision, the decision just because of you. You don't want to feel like you're doing, you do you don't want to feel like CJ. Because yep.
Yes, the books are balanced.
Yep.
Some collected, everything adds up. Better check them again.
You need to tell him, but at the same time you're afraid to tell him. Because you know exactly what will happen.
Impressive, but we can always add more to
And that terrifies you more than anything. Because when you look in the mirror and that happens, being the type of person you are and not being the type of person CJ is, if you do that, and he does that, even if you asked him not to, and he still does it, when you get up and you look in the mirror, all you will see is CJ. You will look at yourself as that hurts, and that will do more damage. If he stays, it'll do... In short, if he stays, it'll do more damage to both you and him than if you bury it. And I've been there, I've done that. It'll fuck up his relationship. He won't be able to live freely. It's whether or not he keeps her is avoid the point. He's still not living his life. She's still not living his life. Her life. That's why I won't ask Flame to move here, even though the excessive amount of complications. I won't consider for asking Flame to move here. I asked her what she thought about that, and when I heard her answer, I won't consider it. I will do what it takes to make shit work. One step at a time.
Okay. Take a breather, hippie.
I might just end early at some point. At 7, I'm winding down, but...
Such a pretty sight. Tidy books and compass.
I'm gonna raid out, since I'm, like, doing a whole lot. Brad, can you join me for the raid out?
Yeah, I'm in your stream right now. You don't need to worry, Wolf.
Yes, the books are balanced.
Made sure I was in your stream.
Everything adds up. Better check them again.
Honestly, man, I don't know what to do.
Alright, I'm gonna list off to you types of games. Doom,
Impressive, but we can always
Repo, Star Wars Battlefront, 1 or 2, I don't know which one it is, or Dead by Daylight. Which one are you voting for? That's Doom, Repo, Star Wars Battlefront, Dead by Daylight.
I think I'll go with Repo. If you don't like the idea, go with Doom.
Nope, going Repo.
Okay. Got time for the Wolf raid.
A fine harvest of riches. Very fine indeed.
Ads. Oh, but this one. What the? Did I been here before? When did I get a subscriber? Well, a subscription. I'm confused.
Did you follow just now?
No, I got a subscription badge somehow. I mean, I can hit them with a follow. But...
I've rated it several times before.
That was
Wait, Rag, your name is Swedish?
My Azoran Ragnar? No, I don't
Yeah.
think so. I mean, it's a mix
We're gonna
of
tell her it's
Latin.
not Swedish. I think she thinks it's Swedish.
Oh no, it's actually a
How
mixture of
sweet
modern
is she?
English and a bit of Norse and a bit of Latin.